Me and my friend Kevin, we have a habit of having a personal rule of not discussing politics until we're 2 beers in, before a concert. And he sent me an email, or not an email, a DM on Discord yesterday saying, so in the past 48 hours, I've played 9 games of Civilization 5 of America versus America versus America versus America versus America versus America versus America on hard, and I've won every single one of them. What does this mean? And I said, I don't know. Go to bed, maybe. Well, not drunk. I mean, neither of us are drunk 2 beers in, but it's like, we both have to like stop and think enough that it makes it a fair argument if we're arguing about something. Must have been fun. You know. Anyway, let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? That's what you're all here for, right? You're not here for my nonsense. Speaking of nonsense, all right, so let's just real quick check when the next Twitch ad is rolling. Maybe I can get ahead of this. 16 minutes. Twitch folks, while I set things up on my end, I'm just gonna click the add button. Also, if you want, you can say hi YouTube, because this is where I'm cutting the VOD for the day. So I've clicked that button. I'm gonna go turn this on. Mortified, the penguin! Thank you very much for the 2nd month. Or 3rd month. 2 months in a row. Wait, what? Resubscribe for 3 months or 2. Which one is it? It's 2 months? Are you through? There's too many numbers in these days. Thanks for the 2nd month. Like, resubscribe for 3 months. They've been subscribed for 2 months. I give up. Appreciate you. All right, so that should all be turned on now and enabled. And, all right, so for those of you who've forgotten, this fortress is Artifact Wars. We do have military dwarves I can give you. The rule is the only weapons I'm allowed to use in this fortress have to be, all of the weapons that I can use in this fortress have to be artifacts, which means we are focusing very heavily on weaponsmiths guilds. We have had a couple artifacts that are not weapons. I think we have an artifact bed, which is kind of annoying. It was made by one of my miners, which are stoneworkers, by the way. I learned that miners' mood is stoneworkers, which is interesting. We are continuing an embark. This is a ongoing fortress. We do have exclamation point characters, as well as exclamation point goal in the Twitch commands. And Fortress Cloudthunder's goal outside of war is, well, as a side note for the military, for the weapons thing, if I don't have an artifact weapon to assign to a soldier, they just get 2 shields. So basically, I have like a riot squad with riot shields and artifact weapon wielders. That is it. The thing is huge. These things are giant, man. It's a soup bowl. It's great though. Glad you got the mug. How many years did it take you to get here from Embark? Get to where? Like, how long have I been playing the fort? We started the year in the year 10,010, or 1010. So it's 1014. Can they dual wield shields? Yes. Although sometimes they dual wield them both in the same hand, and I can't figure out how to make them put it in the other hand. So it is what it is. Would I recommend Songs of Six? I would recommend Songs of Six if you like city builders, like Timberborn, or if you played like the Impressions city builders back in the day, like Pharaoh, or if you like games like Factorio. It's a bit more numbers and throughput, i.e. Factorio and the more old school management city builders than Dwarf Fortress, but it certainly scratches a similar itch. Best big cup of coffee you've had? Happy to help, man. I'm glad you like the mugs. Exclamation point merch if you want to see the mugs. That means disgust. A big history world's got optimized somewhat. It's neat. I mean, all world gen is way faster than it used to be. So anyway, yeah. Cloudthunder is the fortress that we are playing. I'll click this and load it. So yeah, under goal, we have this. Which is Artifact Wars, destroy as much of the Goblin forces as possible while only using artifact weapons, or shields. And the other thing that we have is I don't know how to spell characters. There we go. We have one child, who's Artifact Child, who's our main character of the fortress right now. Artifact Child, this kid. This kid made their dad made an artifact, who is Angular Donut, made an artifact the day they were born. So that's our one named characters. Just don't mind me. And he says Maba. The artifact that his dad made, I actually can't remember what it was. Rutodcast Conlimis, which is, if I go to objects, we do actually have Devilish Potato. Why do you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 family heirlooms? All right, I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, so dad made this, which is a artifact steel crossbow. All craft store ship is of the highest quality, which is encrusted with bands of steel and oval sandstone cabochons. Devilish Potato, why do you have so many art, like... I mean, okay, you're not... They're all okay, so these must be family heirlooms made by other family members. I may have just learned something. Song Rhythmic, the Assault of Connecting. I wonder what material that is. Almost looks like silver. I wonder if... You know, okay, actually, these might be from my last fort, actually. Because you probably have relations to people from the last fort. That's got to be it. Who died, obviously. I mean, like, if I hover over this, I could probably try and recover some items from Ghost Candy, but anyway. The named dwarves in the fort currently are, I still keep forgetting I can't search for them. So we got Napalm King Cook. We've got Rupert, a Devilish Potato, Angular Donut, Cadranos, Claiborne, 404 Not Found, Havoc, and Zudica, as well as Picture Point, Ice Blue, Butch Cats, Elrish, Shenryon, Artifact Child, and, well, you guys can't see them because they're behind my camera, but Amethyst and Volkadav. And Emperor Iron. Which bonk stick dwarf you want? Or bonk paddle? Bonk plank? Whack plank. What shield dwarf do you want? Or we do have several with artifacts. I mean, although they're all named. So it would be Lady Melville, or you could have Fob. Or you could have Lycott, presuming you want somebody with a beard. Happy one? If you look at the moods, you'll notice pretty quickly that that's all we got. So take your pick. Otherwise, I'll just we'd give you Thob probably because he's the highest on the list. There aren't any unhappy dwarves in the fort currently. Like, quite literally, everybody is happy. Got 94, and they're all ecstatic. Emperor Iron. Emperor Iron of the Greatest Gorges is agile, tough, has good spatial stance, high willpower, and high kinesthetic sense. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. Also, hey, YouTube chat. The first person to type in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious gets the dwarf in the YouTube chat. He has a very calm demeanor and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He often feels envious of others and occasionally overindulges, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. And he drums his fingers when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill, and then this dream was realized. Personally is disgusted by romance, respects the law, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes petrified wood, steel, and amethyst, green glass, and turtle pond shell. Pond turtle shell. The color teal alpacas for their resemblance of a miniature llama, and beet plants for their edible roots. And the sound of the gem of silver and the sight of the scarlet emerald, and when possible prefers to consume opossum. Oh, possum. And clownfish, dwarven cheese, and perry. And hates blood gnats. Utaro, what kind of dwarf would you like? Accurate, Uristov. That was for YouTube chat, Twitch chat, but I appreciate the attempts. Remember that tier 2s in Twitch chat can nominate people for dwarfs. Your beans and biscuits, slime keeps popping by your desk to throw political news at you. You're going to throw a dog toy at him next time? Just like yell in his general direction and say blind says shut up. Disgusted by romance is a true warrior. I mean, naturally. He feels pleasure after a sparring session. Dwarf you? Darius wants to be dwarf. Check. Can I dwarf Darius? Can I dwarf Darius? Got any of those Riot Squad dwarfs? Beard or no beard? Would you like a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf? Well, I mean, but that was mostly asking the YouTube chat, but yes, Darius. Darius wants a beard. Darius, hold up for a second, because Twitch chat gets to decide what dwarf you get. I'm talking to two chats at once. It's not confusing at all for anybody, especially myself. Definitely not. But if you would like one of those Riot Squad dwarves, if you don't want a beard, we can give you Melville. If you would like a dwarf with a beard, I can give you Lycott. Those are your two options, I would say. Utaro. Male dwarf, okay. Utaro. Board carries. Because he's got 2 shields. Although he's holding them both in his right. He's one of those ones who's holding them both in his right hand. He's got 2 shields and they're stacked on top of each other because logic. He's obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure things are done the right way. He presents himself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and tends to be passive in discussions. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is quite polite. He isn't particularly ambitious, is very stubborn, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges and has a sense of duty. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly. He scratches his head when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising families, or a family, and sees competition is wasteful and silly. He likes mudstone, silver, and yellow zircon, NAF fabric, and the color pumpkin. Or the color purple taupe, not pumpkin. And blow darts, earrings, and the words of the Cyclopean meditation, and the sound of the gem of silver, and the sight of the Tenebrous veneration. When possible, prefers to consume donkey. I think he likes to eat ass, chat. And a date wine and kumquat, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He's bored after being unable to practice craft for too long, but he is focused, so that's good. He's got good spatial sense, perfectionist, high kinesthetic sense, and is austere. He's married to English and has a lover who doesn't live here. He's got many half-sisters. 2 half-sisters and a half-brother, and a younger half-sister. And big family. And currently he's a legendary observer, adept fighter, skilled shield user, striker, dodger, miscellaneous object user. Good, it's good times. Playing on a laptop highly depends on how powerful your laptop is and like what frame rate you're willing to deal with. Basically, when it comes to population in Dwarf Fortress, it's just to me, 20 FPS is perfectly playable. It highly depends on what you think is playable. But if you're running on an older laptop, I would say maybe cap it at 150 and see how that goes. Definitely don't try and do like more than 200. But generally, the defaults are pretty good for most computers these days. All right, next up is Twitch chat here. So I have a request. What kind of dwarf are we giving to Darius? We have a carpenter, EH. We've got a stoneworker, and then a ton of weaponsmiths. There's a few gem cutters around as well. Seeing weaponsmiths? I found a nice big beard. Let's go with let's go with this guy right here. This is gonna be Darius. Darius is sloppy with his living space and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He is somewhat cruel and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He has an active sense of humor and does not often feel lustful. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values cunning and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Does not care about friendship. He likes brass, wax opal, and jute fabric, as well as crossbows, large gems, and rhubarbs for their taste. And the words of the Cyclopean meditation, and he prefers to consume raven, giant tapir, cheese, and pendant amaranth beer. And he hates moon snails. He has no family but several friends, worships the god of beauty, and he says, wouldn't it be grand to take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? Sir, I hear you. Maybe one day we could all do something so great. He's a member of the Weaponsmiths and Metalsmiths Guild and the Tacturn Communion. Is lonely after being away from family. Well, rip. Poor guy. So let's do a little bit of a fort tour, shall we? This is Cloudthunder. Cloudthunder is going to be defended by water. That's what this is all going to be. Right now, it's just, not much of anything. We're doing minecart things because it's fun. I'm down here. We are filling up a minecart with... well, that's actually kind of empty right now. But we are filling up minecarts with alcohol as they get filled. And then they're pushed up to here and then dumped down to here. Although, currently, I'm rather low on alcohol. So maybe I need to brew some alcohol. Although it does look like we're brewing stuff from plant, but it appears that we are out. So maybe I have to brew stuff from fruit. Do I not have a repeating drop for fruit? Let's just do like 100. All right. So alcohol's been a little bit low for a while because I only just got like my secondary farming stuff set up. So that's taking a little bit of getting going. I need to check this. Our seeds set for here. They're not. How about you? They're not. How about you? They're not. All right, well, I don't know where seeds are ending up then. If I go up to... Okay. Things are a little bit slow in that regard, but hey, it is what it is. And we're trying to get everything moved out of this stockpile into other stockpiles. This is probably one of the more finished areas in the fortress. but even it is still like a work in progress. We've moved a bunch of stuff up here. This is the majority of our bedrooms, although if I check this, we still have plenty of bedrooms that need to be made. All of these dwarves who do not currently have quarters need bedrooms. This is going to be, like I said earlier, our defensive structure. So the way this is going to work is this is going to be filled all the way up to the top here with water. I have a bunch of like digging I need to do to remove floorings. And then this is going to go all the way down into here and then basically be put into here. And then I'm probably just going to channel down a few layers, maybe a few more than just this, probably down to about 0 here. And then basically set up a water geyser. This right here is going to be the entrance of the fort. It's going to go in a straight line this way through all of this, and I'm going to make a covered entryway that I can lock and lock when enemies are in it, and then just pull a lever and go push and fill it up with water, and then drain it out the front. That's going to be the way we defend this fort because there is no necromancy in this world, in case you missed it. As for the fortress itself, it's quite small, as I said earlier. There's kind of an aquifer on the side here. This little river is made with an aquifer. We're going to use that to generate power. The upper layer up here, I'm digging down through here so we can have some verticality to it because I think it looks nice. And then that's pretty much all the up areas. If we go down a bit, it goes down, 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 down to here. We got some iron that we dug out down here, which was coming out through that minecart. And then if I go down, 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 down to here, this is where we are getting our dolomite from, which is our flux to make steel. If I go down, 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 it kind of ends here. This is a ridiculously deep, and I do mean ridiculously deep, cavern layer. Like it's ridiculous. I do mean ridiculous. As for today, I would say goals are maybe try and mediate, if possible, or minimize cave adaptation, because we've got vomit already. And on top of minimizing cave adaptation, we need to get to a point where I don't need any more bedrooms, and our defenses are set up, because we have enough dwarves in the fort right now that we are going to start having issues with this if I don't get that sorted. What's the Z levels? Like the total Z levels? I mean, the fortress started at Z level 8 up here. If I go up, it goes up to layer 27, and if I go down, it goes down to minus 129, and the cavern layer I think is 60 levels tall. Let me double check. Starts on layer 66. Yeah, it goes from minus 14 to 60 to minus 66. So pretty like 50 Z levels tall. Would I release the world file someday? I've released just about every world file I've done. I don't usually do it while I'm doing it, but mostly because it's a little tricky to do that on stream while the game's running. But turns out Dwarf Fortress doesn't like it when you zip a save file while you're actively playing it. The thing is, like, I release save files all the time and no one ever downloads them. Like, I put them up on, like, the Dwarf Fortress file depot and then, like, 10 people downloaded it. It's like, well, why did I even bother? Is a large part of it. You mucked up the generation of your last world? How so? As in, like, how did you muck up the generation of your world? Oh, no. Yeah, that would muck up the generation of your world, definitely. So we'll do that. That. Just waiting for the last one. Come on, Dwarf. Where are you? You can do that. Minus 167, that's nice and deep. I could tell that you're from Poland just from your username. Hello from Canada. Just tall enough to throw prisoners into? I mean, I would need to, like... I mean, yeah, we could set up something to be like a drop chamber. I could absolutely do that. The thing is, I would still probably need to make the floor something denser, because it's just dirt and mud, right? And if you want, you know, something to throw prisoners into, you really need more than just dirt and mud. Let's wait until this side's done. With the new graphics and the UI, but sometimes you think back on how it looked a few years ago and you miss it a little bit too. How about you? Well, the beauty of it is you can always go back, right? Like, I guess like what you're feeling is this. As long as Dwarf Fortress has existed, there's always been people who have been like, man, I missed something about version number, whatever version number. Be that the look, a mechanic, a lack of a mechanic. Maybe there's a mechanic that you don't like. But the beautiful thing about Dwarf Fortress is every single version ever made is still available, right? So if you want to go back and like re-experience version 47, go back and re-experience version 47, you know? Sure, but I would need platinum. I haven't found any platinum yet, someone over there. Platinum and lead are both really good. Same with silver. Silver is also pretty good. Because fall damage is calculated based on the density of the thing that they land on. I mean, you can, but generally when people are talking about the way it used to look, they're not talking about this. They're talking about the old UI as well, right? Like, they're usually not talking about, oopsies, wrong button. They're usually not talking about, like, just the ASCII. They're talking about the old UI and the old control scheme and everything. You started playing Dwarf Fortress again the first time. What a mess. And your guides help you a lot. And sadly, you have a vampire in your fortress and you need to find it. They're not too hard to find. There's definitely some tricks to make finding them easier, but vampires are fun. I like vampires. Big fan. I'm glad that they work functionally again, as in, like, they actually properly hide again. Because I stopped hiding for a long time and it wasn't the same. I like the whodunits. I mean, I don't... The tantrum spirals continued all the way until version 47.05 was really when the tantrum spirals finally stopped. But, like, you know, there's still some people who still think that, like, the current stress system and permanent memory shifts are, like, bad for the game. There are some people who still completely disable stress because they don't like that mechanic. So, how about me? I guess, like... I'm probably actually a bad person to ask this question because this game's my job. So I don't miss the old times because I associate the old times with significantly smaller numbers of people playing Dwarf Fortress because the audience for the game was smaller. So I don't miss it because I'm financially more stable now. Because I have, like, financial interests in the popularity of this game, right? So yeah, I mean, like, there's elements of the old game that I miss the nerd cred, I think. It's maybe about it. It's like the nerd cred of, oh, you know how to play Dwarf Fortress. And that still kind of exists to a degree, but that's probably about it, really. The thing is, like, I have gone back to version 47 a couple of times off stream, and I play it for 30 minutes, and I miss the improvements. Like... Do I miss the controls? Not really. I'm not as bothered by the lack of keyboard only as a lot of people. But, like, you know, not being able to build walls on constructed floors. Stuff like that. There's a lot of little things that kind of add up where I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't miss this. I don't miss this at all. No. Someone over there. I don't think it's like, I mean, the thing that will give this game more popularity isn't adventure mode. The thing that will give this game more popularity isn't updates and patches. It's not myths and magic. What will give this game more popularity is if the people who play this game stop fucking complaining about how it's broken all the time. Because, is it broken? It's perfectly playable. But there are some people that will go on and on and on about Dwarf Fortress being broken for one reason or another, whether that's a reasonable thing to complain about or not. Maybe it's an obtuse bug that barely ever causes problems for anybody, but because of your one specific use case, you complain about that one specific bug all the time. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the only reason Dwarf Fortress isn't a bigger game right now is because there are people who love to hate this game. And will go on about how it's unplayable without DFHack, who will go on about how bad and slow the development is. But that's always been the case with Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress has always had that weird, dedicated negativity portion of the fan base, and they're small. But they're loud enough that they turn people off. And I guess the other thing is, who cares if this game gets more popular? It's popular enough. I think right now the main thing that we can do as people who like this game is encourage people to make content out of it, because that's another way games grow these days. And content is generally positive, like word of mouth. In other news, I'm out of booze. No, I completely agree with you, Salim. But, like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. But for every piece of, like, great fan interaction there is with this game, there's going to be some people who will just always be saying, this game is bad because very specific feature I like isn't working right now. You know, I just tell people this, Day9. I know you're not Day9, but your name is Day9. If you can understand the old Dwarf Fortress UI, you can understand the new Dwarf Fortress UI. And if you're having a hard time learning the new UI, I can't help you. It took me 3 hours, really, to learn the new UI, without any guides, tutorials, or help. I did DM a friend of mine who I knew had the game early a couple times when it first came out, but like, it's fine. Is the keyboard shortcuts aren't great? My only complaint with the keyboard shortcuts is not all of them are rebindable. But realistically, like, I don't have any complaints. It is totally fine. There we go. That'll get us more booze. I may actually just set up surface harvesting. Just set up like a harvest zone. Now, I'm going to turn off this, gather fruit and trees, because I know for fact I do not have any step ladders, and this is often what gets things stuck. And if I do have any step ladders, I only have like 1 or 2. You need more step ladders than gatherers if you want to use step ladders consistently, so we're just going to use that for a bit until I get my farming shit sorted. But, like, all of that stuff's being worked on, and, like, I think I'm just a very patient person when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, because I know how this game works, right? And I know how the development of this game works. I think a lot of people are not used to games developing the way Dwarf Fortress develops, which is they update the engine for a while, and then a bunch of updates come out to the game. Then they update the engine for a while, because they're developing an engine as much as they're developing a video game. There aren't very many games left like that, you know? And there's whole generations of people that are, spoiled is the wrong word, used to unrealistic expectations of how fast games develop, right? I don't think that adventure mode is going to make Dwarf Fortress much more popular, but I don't think it needs to. I think what it will do is it'll continue to strengthen the core audience that Dwarf Fortress has, which is what Dwarf Fortress always has had. Dwarf Fortress has never been a wildly popular game. Like, back in the day, if I had to bet, if you go to SteamDB, I know player counts on Steam are a bad metric to use, right? You go to SteamDB and you look up DF hack. There's 302 people playing. I'd be willing to bet that pre-Steam launch, this number is probably pretty representative of how many people were actually playing Dwarf Fortress. I would actually say this number cut in half is probably pretty representative of how many people were playing Dwarf Fortress. Based on my chat activity, based on the people I've talked to, and like just general game activity, this game has never been super popular. This game has been famous, not popular. Like, it's always been a very small niche player base, much to my dismay. I mean, I would love this game to have 12,000 concurrent players, because then I'd make a lot more money. But does it need that? You know. You're looking forward to some adventure mode streams? I mean, okay. The problem that I think adventure mode is going to run into is the problem that it's always run into. Zach and Tarn made a dungeon crawler with a cool combat system and a lot of open options. People want a life sim. They want Stardew Valley. And yeah, there are ways to mod the game so you can sort of do that, but it's still not that. Even if you mod it, it's still not that. Yeah, and I think that the best way to share the weird little niche with people is through content like those big videos I've been making, right? Alfie? Like, it's... No, I mean, like, the only reason the Steam release exists is to give Zach and Tarn more reliable income. Like, they were making money beforehand, right? They were making enough that they were both making about minimum wage, but a stable, happy, stress-free creator is going to be able to consistently output more good creative work than a mildly concerned stress creator, right? Like, people used to look at their income and be like, oh, they're making $15,000 a month. That's a lot of money. Sure, yes, it is. But that's gross income. So you subtract 30% for business taxes, right? Then you split it between two households who are both paying rent separately, and suddenly that's not that much money, right? So let's cut that down to like 10,000. Let's throw out a number here for taxes, right? And then you cut that in half. That's 5,000 per family. $5,000 a month US isn't nothing. But you're not getting rich off of that. You're paying your bills. You're paying your $1,800 a month rent. You're paying they both had rent at the time. So you're paying however much you're paying in rent, probably pretty close to that. You're also paying for groceries. You're paying for your internet. You're paying for any computers and stuff you need to develop the game. You're paying for everything, all of your costs, expenses, utilities, medicine, because you're not getting meds coverage. And Zach has some pretty expensive heart meds, supposedly. And yeah, Zach had two incomes in his household, but like that's a fine enough line that there's stress there. So, you know, like, that's why the Steam version exists, right? And like, Bay 12 recently, I really need to make a video on this, but I'm sorry, world events have been like made me very uninterested in actually doing work recently. So I've just been streaming and just kind of like slowly getting back into the swing of things. But the November report, Tarn wrote this. Making good progress at the end of the beta. We put up our first basic tutorial in the last beta, and The Chosen and Extended Magic tutorial is now underway. Audio work continues, and I still have to do the temp tracking and weather widget, but we have all the art for it. 25,000 copies sold in October on the strength of the Steam Weekend deal, and that's good, and will carry us through the beta process here. But if you go back to October, no, not October's reply, where was it? The October report. Tarn says, making good progress at the end of the beta. We put up a basic tutorial in the last beta update, and the Chosen Magic Extended tutorial, yeah, all that. And he says 5,000 units in September, perhaps the lowest month ever, but the number of units per day was steady. October looks great, so all is well. 5,000 units. If you looked at any normal developer, they'd be freaking out that they're about to go bankrupt. And they'd be planning DLC. But like, that's just not how Zach and Tarn work. They're very realistic when it comes to how they run their business because they've been crowdfunded since 2006, right? They understand that money go up and down. And, you know, if there's 6 months of much lower player counts because they are working on a big update, they know people will come back, right? They know that this is how this works. Are close to 50%? Oh, really? I thought it was closer to like 35, but okay. Fair enough, yes. I mean, my taxes are 27%, so that's usually what I base things off of. You shared some of Quill18's DF videos with friends. I would love to get Quill18 into one of my videos. It'd be fun to have like 10 seconds of his voice pop up. I need to try and do that. Bet you he would do it. If I just send him his script and be like, hey, can you record this and sign it, please? All right. Let's deconstruct that. It's going to take forever to get these boulders out of here. So I'm just going to put these right here, and let's just go right here and do this. Making stories of dynasties? Totally. No, I mean, like, the reason I'm looking forward to adventure mode being out isn't because I'm looking forward to adventure mode being out. I'm looking forward to new content coming to Dwarf Fortress. I've said this before. I'm not counting version 50 and the, like, tweaks that they made to the way the caverns work and whatnot. The last time Dwarf Fortress had new, like capital N, new content was 2021. Actually, maybe it was 2020. Was guild halls. Was the last new mechanic that Fortress mode got. Like straight up, that was the last new thing that was added. And adventure mode being done means we can start getting more new things added to the other modes. He doesn't play it enough, so you're here? Hey! Well, happy to provide, mate. Kind of want to get that out of there. Okay, well, that's an aquifer right there. It's okay, I can still go through and underneath it very easily. Or extreme luck? Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I mean, it allows you to change up the character of your fort very easily. Is what adventure mode lets you do. And also, I will say, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, adventure mode is significantly better for modding than Fortress mode. Fortress mode is very limited, although this Lua scripting stuff might actually change this a bit, but adventure mode has always been better for modding than Fortress mode has. Purely because there's just a lot more you can do with adding abilities, like, you know, making it so that a dwarf can shoot fire, suddenly you have a wizard, right? And that is a much more realistic thing for adventure mode than it is in fortress mode right now. And so when it comes to things like mod support, adventure mode benefits from that stuff a lot more, you know? Although, does Quill play anything enough? I feel like Quill is just so harsh on the variety that, like, it's something different every week, but I don't watch Quill that much. I do historically really like his stuff, and I respect him a lot as a creator, but I honestly wish I had time to watch him more. I did try to get him to take part in the Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato, but maybe next year. I will say, Quill does promote one thing with Dwarf Fortress that is very inaccurate nowadays, which is the mug economy. It's a really bad idea to just sell a lot of one item because the game tracks the number of an item that you've sold and it will quote-unquote flood the market, and the value of it will drop. So you're kind of undermining your own economy by only selling mugs. I'm sorry, Quill, but, you know, you could just sell more mugs, which will, you know, I guess keep the mug money flowing, but at a point, it just gets a little silly. You have no FPS anymore? You have two options. The first one is, are you running DF hack? Find the entity that they are repeatedly resurrecting and unexist it by using the exterminate command. Or jump back to a save file. Or just wait. It'll clear itself up eventually. It might take an hour, but the mug economy is in shambles. Yeah, no, the mug economy is collapsed due to mass overpersuasion, man. The cold that I had last week is entirely gone, but I'm still coughing a little bit. What is the mug economy? Oh, it's a meme trading thing that Quill does in his streams where he only sells mugs. Like, literally, the only item Quill sells is mugs. And it's admittedly very funny and amusing, but... Oh, I need to make clothing. Do I have clothing stuff set up? I do. Okay, so let's... Actually, cloth. Let's check cloth. Got 83. Let's just do cloth. Okay, actually, hold on. What are you wearing? Trousers, shirt, glove, sock, shoe. To focus on producing something different for trade? Sure, but make sure that you make them out of different materials and make goblets as well. Don't just sell mugs. Like, basically, if you want to have a stable economy, you want to have more than one specific trade item. And more than one specific trade good. Also, chat, when we were on front page, we streamed some web phishing. Apparently, web phishing has updated their netcode, and that exploit of people getting their items deleted by hackers should be fixed. If that game's fixed, do you guys want me to stream some more of that? Because I had fun with that one day that we streamed it for a bit. Even if it's just for, like, I don't know, an hour in the evenings. Kind of like the way we did Cheese Runner back in the day, for those of you who remember those days. Yeah, I mean, you know what they should just do? They should just disable the ability to trade cooked meals. Like, trading perishables should just not be available as an option. If you have the ability, make Dwarf Fortress videos. Like, literally make Dwarf Fortress videos. There's a reason that I've been promoting, like, edited videos of Dwarf Fortress in my community tab, day 9. There's a reason I've been doing that. And the reason I've been doing that is I want more people to be successful and create those things, because the more people creating them, the more my videos get recommended on their videos, and then there's more stuff to go around. Like, when it comes to YouTube and like YouTube niches, like many videos raises all ships, rising tide raises all ships. I don't even. Speaking of, I need to make that Future of the Fortress video. I need to get to that. Also, thanks, YouTube folks, for tuning into the YouTube stream, by the way. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 76 of you watching and 23 likes on the stream. Every like I get on the stream tells YouTube to recommend it. Connie of the Wolves. I do not have any animal-related dwarves. We have weaponsmiths and soon-to-be weaponsmiths. Would you like a weaponsmith? Sorry, but options in this fort are going to be minimal. This fort is so heavily focused on weaponsmithing that, like, you know. I mean, gold rings are something that you should be trading, and they sell for 1,000 plus, right? Well, because cheese isn't cooked in Traverse. It's prepared meals. Cheese isn't a prepared meal. It's an ingredient for meals. How about this lady? Does that work? 58 years old? You want to be extravagant! She feels uneasy after being unable to be extravagant for too long. Thumbs up? We good with this one, Connie? Raw meat, because if not, my raw meat rots and you have miasma of that in the quantum stockpile. I have a question. Is the raw meat in a stockpile? Because it shouldn't rot if it's in a stockpile. Although I've never tried quantum stockpiling raw meats, though. Okay, sweet. She tends to think before acting and often feels lustful. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She tends to avoid crowds and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She doesn't mind a little tumult or discord in day-to-day living and tends to consider what others think of her. She can handle stress, and and when she's excited during conversations, she often can't help interrupting others. And she often talks to inanimate objects when she's nervous. She drums her fingers when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting and masterwork someday, and personally respects power. Also, I want to try something, which I'm going to pitch to you guys in a second, chat. And she personally respects power. She dreams of crafting and masterwork someday. She likes magnetite and gold and red zircon, as well as paradise nut wood and alpaca leather. The color ochre, as well as large gems, and large serrated discs, and the words of the scribe of playing, and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating. Impossible prefers to consume creeping eye potato wine and absolutely hates snails. Her somewhat greasy hair is incredibly straight. Her very long hair is braided, her nose is extraordinarily broad, and she has a low voice. Her lips are very thin, her gold eyes have slightly large irises. She is a member of the Communion of Poems and, of course, the Weapons and Metalsmiths Guilds. She worships the god of beauty like everybody does and has 2 friends. No notable family that she's told us about. And she's impatient, overcautious, values power, poor empathy, and bad spatial sense, but very creative. She wants to be extravagant and be with family. Welcome to the fort. Meat keeps lying around the butcher shop? Huh. I don't know how it's pronounced. I just presume I'm saying it wrong. Every now and again, people correct me and I just ignore them. Do not take me as like a model for proper pronunciation, because it's probably wrong. It's a safe assumption that I'm saying it wrong. Is the reality. Probably shouldn't have them going all the way down there because it's way too far. What? A devilish potato has been found dead. Huh? Oh. A devilish potato just died of old age. Wow. It has to be. I can even check. Yeah. A devilish potato just died of old age. I wonder how old that dwarf was. I guess we'll know when I make a slab, but... Rest in peace. To the good devilish. You don't see that very often. Also, giant gazelles. I bless the rains down in Africa. Places. Do I have a tomb? I couldn't remember where I put them, so. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a slab because I want to know how old they were. Let's make them right here at this one workshop. Not only that, but died of old age at a time when the fort is probably at its happiest. Like, it is rare for a fortress to be this happy, just in general, right? Like, we haven't really been attacked yet. Nothing horrible has really happened yet, and I've been very careful to try and keep everybody happy. So, like, if you're going to die of old age, now is probably the nicest time for your dwarf to die. And Moldath, the child is bringing the dwarf to their tomb. Good night, devilish. Won't be seeing the fields of Dwarfhalla? Dying of old age doesn't keep you from going to Valhalla, my friend. Also, let's go to kitchen real quick. Barley seeds I can add to this. Pendant amaranth seeds I can add to this. Let's just toss in an actual kitchen. Let's make that out of cashew wood. The other thing I want to do in kitchen menu is just go to drinks. Please don't cook my drinks. Please don't cook my drinks. Please. Okay. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go meal. Prepare a lavish meal. Let's do 50. And I'm going to do them when number of prepared meals is less than 25. So this is kind of a slow process here, but hey, it works. I could just infinitely dump these, and that might actually not be a bad idea. Just to speed this process up slightly. Because it'll also empty out these empty pots, and so any drinks that are drank there will just get removed. Is on by default. Cooking everything is on by default, so if you think about it that way, it kind of makes sense, but yeah, it is a bit of a noob trap. It is a bit of a noob trap. Picture point, the militia captain has bestowed the name Masquerade. It's like masquerade upon a steel shield. Not entirely certain why seeds aren't getting put into here. Well, I guess they are, but maybe I just need bags. Maybe that's the issue. Army threads. Where's my farmer's workshop at? Process plants, okay. Making all kinds of cloth right there. Also, did that kiddo get clothing? Because I had a naked child running around. Nope. Naked child still running around. What's up, Ildari? What, the named shield? Craft store ship on the named shield, is that what you're asking about? It's an exceptional steel shield. We'll see when we see it, Connie. Have I seen that clip of where they use Sandbox with Confessor Cromwell or something from the Church of Adam and from Fallout to ring up some Christian pastor? Nope. I have no idea what you're talking about. Speaking of dead dwarves, is yours still around? Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat for a minute. I've been doing cooking stuff. Either of the chats, really. Yes, you are still around. Still running around with a pickaxe? We've had 2 deaths now. 1 accidental, 1 not. I also probably need, like, some stairs running up and down around, like, here. Maybe. Maybe even just right here. How old was Devilish? I'm making a slab to find out. We know that they died of old age, though. I did check that. Did I click the wrong name to engrave on a slab? I think I did. Yes, I did. Most certainly did. Ast was a chicken, if I'm not mistaken. You know, actually, let's do this. I'm just gonna dig this out. This is just gonna become a little spot for gravestones. Devilish Potato died of old age. That's how goes the fort. You're finally functional and drinking tea in your new favorite mug. What's your new favorite mug, if I might ask? I'd love to know all about this new favorite mug. In your last world, one of the first towers to ever be risen from the depths was called the Evil Tower. I love it when they're just on the nose. It's always fun. Actually, oh. Ast, you can have this. You can have your gravestone. No, I set a slab to be engraved for him. Yep. The beloved elder potato. And we have another artifact getting going, which is a metalsmith's forge, and it's a weaponsmith named Edzul. Edzul has claimed a metalsmith's forge and has run off to places unknown to grab some horse bone. As you do. Gortusk is the name of a fortress I made. Okay, so he's claimed steel bars. We've also got a new child born. Steel bars and bones. He's got a very, he's got a very grumpy face. Have always been in sandstone, because sandstone is a surface layer that can have water drip through it. Okay, so you need bones, yes. Rough color, sure. Got 2 of those, yep. Tree life, okay, got it. Bones, yes, all right. Leather skin, okay, so I need leather, right? I need to butcher something. I just have singular yak. Where are those giant gazelles at? Pretty close. I'm just going to place some cage traps. And go into here and make wooden cage. Tell them to make them out of cashew wood and then go find some more cashew trees. Gotta have more cashews. There's one. It's a nice dark color. Oh, also, let's just go into here. Yeah. We need cats? No, we don't. Not cats. I do need to start some animal breeding, though. I do need this stockpile to be bigger, though. Excellent. This is all getting done. I need a water reservoir. But the question is, do I want to get it from the river? Here. Or do I want to get it from my artificial river here? Okay, so you've got more bone. You know, normally I'm the one bringing up Swatch internet time. Normally that's me. It's rare that I see anybody else bringing it up. Okay, so yak and horse bone, 2 rough bloodstones, 2 horse leather, cashew wood logs, and steel bars. Edzul, possessed by unknown forces, is going to make us a artifact. Weapon, most likely. Here's hoping it's not another steel warhammer. Make me a spear or something. That would be much nicer. Much more useful. Yeah, I haven't forgotten the slab, don't worry. Just trying to keep things actually progressing. All right, I guess they never made it. I beg your pardon? Oh, it's because that one's got a linked stockpile. Duh. The 2 on the bottom are linked to the stockpile above it. Edzul has created Vetsaketsnug Gebniral, a steel crossbow, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Well, can I get a round of beers for our new artifact? Watch it be a blowgun. I haven't had a single unusable item yet. The one that starts with a V. That one. This is a steel crossbow. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel, decorated with cashew wood, yak bone, and encircled with bands of rectangular bloodstone cabochons. And, of course, horse leather. This object is menaces with spikes of horse bone. And horse leather on the item is an image of clouds in bloodstone. Beautiful. I love it. I will need to make them an actual place to train, but... could have done this quicker in the task screen, but well. Let's do just 15 bed. And then let's do cabinets. How did I miss that one for chests? I'll have to fix that. And then I can go over here and queue up a few more bedrooms. Oopsies. It's 2, 1, 2. Okay. Now let's try and place that again. Nobody's engraved it yet. English is doing it, though. Another round of beers, another couple scragglers. Speaking of beers, some migrants have arrived. Actually, I'm curious. I'm just gonna keep an eye out for dwarves that would fit military well. You're musical? Welcome to the fort. Good spatial sense, high social awareness, sickly, sloppy, dreams of mastering a skill. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. Of mastering agile, impatient, weak, and bad with words, of all things. Weaponsmith, impatient, tough, not creative. Is it creating a great work of art? It's fearful. Usually changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. Can be very happy and optimistic. Always tense and jittery. Is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Doesn't feel strongly about the law and does not care about family. They need appraisal. Day 9. Although you need appraisal is the most important skill for trading. It's appraisal, and I guess a negotiator, but because I see that being a suggestion. But appraisal is what tells you the value of things. Not creative, anger prone, and clumsy. Kinesthetic, developed empathy. And a pig. And somebody's pet billy goat. We're about to get hit by an ad. When the ad pops, I will pause the game. And will not unpause until the ad is done. Dreams of mastering a skill. Ooh. Slow to anger, ambitious. Occasionally overindulges. Retribution for past wrongs. Yeah, you'd be okay. Patient, easily stressed, good with language, polite, gracious, but tough. You are a military dwarf already? Got some dabbling skills. So raising a family? It's a big-ass migrant wave. Holy shit. Well, we're gonna need more beds. Up in here any moment now. Is this a start? Is this a new fort? I started it 4 streams ago. What's upsetting you there, dwarf? You want to acquire something. I mean, you already have a crown and a ring. Show you your cavern. You know, if I didn't have any context for what you were saying, I'd be kind of concerned. I haven't really explored it much, but it's just this. Big ol' hole. Why do you ask? I don't have any stouts I can drink, so you'll have to drink a stout today on my behalf. Darius. It is, in fact, a DF stream. Correct, friend. Well, I mean, the thing that I'll tell you, Tronim, if you're having trouble with caverns, maybe nerf the cavern creatures. I've completely disabled them for this fort because they're not part of the goal of this fort. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox, so just set the settings in a way that, like, you know, makes sense for you in the fort that you're currently in. For me, it just doesn't make sense to constantly be invaded by cavern creatures in this particular fort. Checking something. I'm waiting on a delivery from Purelator today, and I'm trying to make sure that it actually delivers. So I'm just jumping into grabbing my tracking number real quick and giving it a look-see, because I want to see where it is currently, because it's supposed to deliver at some point today. Well, apparently it's out for delivery, so fingers crossed. Do I read both chats? Yes, but the YouTube chat is generally more of a lower priority than the Twitch chat. To be blunt, the streams on Twitch pay my rent and the vast majority of my bills. The YouTube streams are like my lunch money, maybe. So I focus on the Twitch audience more because it's more consistently the same people. And also because it's generally the larger audience and generally the busier chat. I do read the YouTube chat, but I don't often respond to it. So I see it, yes. But appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words. How do I play in real life in IRL time for fun to happen? You often find yourself just doing great, which is boring. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game where you wait for fun to happen. If you wait for fun to happen, you will have that outcome that you just suggested. Dwarf Fortress is a game where if you want fun to happen, you have to orchestrate the fun. You have to create the fun. And by that I mean you have to, or I would recommend building fortresses where you intentionally leave openings for bad things to happen. That is where the fun comes from. If you are just simply waiting for fun to happen, you will drive yourself nuts because nothing will ever happen. Well, I mean, it will eventually, but you have to intentionally seek it out. I'm being very cautious and slow with this fort because I enjoy the slow parts. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox. The dwarves are your players, and the player is the DM, basically, if you think about it that way. If you think about it in like tabletop RPG terms, that's a pretty good way of wrapping your head around it, because no matter how crazy things are, no matter how good things are, no matter how bad things are, in order for stuff to happen in Dwarf Fortress, you really, 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 really need to help the game make stuff happen for you. I think comparing the two is silly because they're so different. I think RimWorld marketed itself on being like Dwarf Fortress because that was in a time where Dwarf Fortress was this mythical game that many people knew about, but not many people played. And I think there was a very long period of time, and I think that that's less so now, where if you marketed your game as it's like Dwarf Fortress, you will get lots of money. An example of this is something that I practically have in my bookmarks, which I don't. But if I go to this post from 2013 on the Bay 12 forums, this is the very, very first post by Tynan Sylvester, read 863,077 times. If I scroll down to the very beginning original post, I've been working on this little game and just put out the first video. This is before his Kickstarter. And I figured it was a good time to tell people it existed, especially people who play the game that inspired it. At the most basic level, this is Dwarf Fortress in space. Not really. There is a lot of differences in the details. Back then, RimWorld had minimal direct control. A lot of mechanics that would take the control away from the player, and it was much more similar in concept to Dwarf Fortress because it didn't have a lot of the easily meta-gameable aspects that it has now. It was much more of a sandbox, and as RimWorld developed, it stopped being like Dwarf Fortress and became more of a tower defense strategy game with some light storytelling elements. Admittedly, you can tell a story with RimWorld, just like any video game, really. I mean, fucking, you can tell your own, like, you skip all the cutscenes, you could tell your own story in just about any game. But that being said, I think comparing the two is silly. I think the reason they get compared a lot is because of Tynan. And if you scroll down to this first comment, Astral says this: creating an account and making your first post as an advertisement for your game is seen as rude in this community. Obviously, they're being ironic, but that's true. That's my opinion on RimWorld versus Dwarf Fortress. I think it's silly. I think the comparisons are made because the creator marketed his entire game off the back of the Dwarf Fortress community and profited heavily from it. And I really wish that he would stop naming things in his game after Dwarf Fortress things. Because, to quote him specifically, he failed in creating a story generator. He made a strategy game. He wanted to make Dwarf Fortress, but instead he made a strategy game. I think they're both great games in a vacuum and should be enjoyed separately. And asking me to compare the two is silly. Because they are very different. Yeah, it's good that they found their own game while developing it, but it's a game that wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. And that is why the comparisons come up all the time. Oh, so hi, Cleno. What's up, dude? Because there aren't smooth animations. Ouch. I think that there is a lot of people out there who see the success of other games and go, I need to make that. And that's all that RimWorld is. To me, like, the only actual beef that I have with RimWorld is the fact that they renamed their hardest difficulty from extreme to losing is fun. Every time I see that, I just want to smack somebody. Because it's like, I realize, like, it's not a copyrighted phrase or anything, but, like, you literally took the motto of a related community and just, like, usurped it as your difficulty. Like, that's just fucking low, man. Like, come on. Okay, so I've got cages. Let's see if I've caught anything. Nope. There is a giant tick on the map, though. These things are dangerous.
I also prefer to imagine RimWorld players in a vacuum.
It just reminded me of, like, I can't remember the what it's from or what movie it's. I know it's from a movie, but, like, the line is just like, you sound like a dog with its dick stuck in a vacuum cleaner. What is that from? I need to make a farmer's guild, by the way. New player here, receiving new immigrants within 2 years. You stop receiving immigrants within 2 years. Started newest, granted you're not too close, and there's some land masses. Any suggestions as to why? Are you trading? Your old Twitter account? I think you mean Twitch, Biora. Because I'm pretty sure this isn't Twitter, and if this is Twitter, then I'm in trouble because I fucked up very badly. You've been building a game for 5 years in the original engine, and it's very difficult to make something unique without being a copy. After 5 years, I still feel that we are 5 years out, going on infinity. No, that makes sense, statue. I mean, like, here, I'll give an example of this. I'm just gonna keep the game paused for a second because this is a big thought here. In fact, I'll go full screen for a sec. So there's a game that's being developed, and I see videos of it every now and again on YouTube because the developer on YouTube posts videos pretty regularly. And the way he titles his videos is topic of video inspired by RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress, Kenshi. And is it like a big sandbox thingy with some colony building aspects? Sure. We are in an era of video games where it's like 14,000 games or something I've released on Steam this year so far. And maybe it's 15,000 now, I don't know. But there's tens of thousands of games released on Steam a year, right? The only way that you can feasibly market your game these days is by finding the biggest buzzword and the most popular thing and tagging it all over the fucking game that you're making. Tagging it over your devlogs, your thing. You want to attract the audience that you're trying to cater to your video game, or you're fucked from the get-go, right? And I think RimWorld's just an early example of that. It came from an era before that was necessary. So on paper, you can look at it and go, okay, he's smart. It's true. He is. Absolutely. He's very smart. He was ahead of the curve, right? Like now, if you're making a factory game, you're going to have to tag your game Satisfactory, Factorio, Shapes, whatever the fuck other factory games people play. That's how you market games now, and it's an era and feeling that kind of feels icky. Spin all of your streams with Nintendo announcement Switch. I don't want Nintendo fans watching my stuff. What? But like, seriously, like that is it's the reason everything's a Souls-like and everything's a roguelike, is because in order to get an audience to look at your game, you have to use all the buzzwords that people know. Right? That is what it is. How did my vacation go? It was good. It was a good time off. It became very, very clear that I need to move, which maybe not the best thing, but. Do you think it's a matter of audience being too dumbed down by choice, not even being able to search for things without comparing games to games? Well, like we're spoiled for choice kind of deal? I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not a business analyst. I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is. Like maybe it's probably Gabe Newell's fault, right? Like there's video games are easy to make now, which is great. And video games are accessible, which is great. But the result of video games being easy to make and being accessible is there's a lot of fucking video games. And there is one thing that every video game developer has in common. Every single video game developer is a business. And in order to run a business that's successful, you have to pay your rent. It's just like today, right? Every single stream I do, I have a minimum amount of money I need to make in order for my time here streaming to be worth it. That amount is $100 USD. That means that if I stream for 8 hours, I make slightly below Canadian minimum wage. And so far today, I've made $23, which is not much. Every developer has an amount that they need to sell of copies of video games per month to be able to continue developing video games, right? And right now, there's almost more video games than people buying video games. In fact, there's also some like very accurate stats right now stating that people are buying less video games. You want to know why? Because a lot of the people that used to buy the big budget video games every year are now just playing Fortnite or Warzone or PUBG, mobile probably. Or they, subscribe to Game Pass and don't buy games anymore. Or they don't play games anymore because the games they used to play don't get made very much because nobody buys them. It's this weird, like, we're in a really weird, or they just play Dwarf Fortress all day because they're some weirdo like me, But even like my niches have that problem, right? Like I like roguelikes, but I'm not going to buy every single traditional roguelike that comes out because I'm too busy playing Caves of Cud. Does that make sense? Like it's a great hobby and I love it. But there's a lot of people and only so much time and money. Anyway, hey Chad, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, you can help me hit my minimum. I'm just saying. Yeah, again, there's people who are too busy playing CDDA to, you know, buy Caves of Cud. Sorry, like, we're trying to keep politics to a minimum, Thomas Tanner, and I just look at YouTube chat and I see, come to the USA, we have fascism! I'll stay in Canada, thanks. Although I will be in the USA in January? I'm going to MagFest. So if you're going to MagFest, say hi. Sorry, that just, like, was funny. Bizarro Plays, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Which part of January? I'd have to look at when they are. I just bought the tickets. I don't have a flight yet or anything. So I need to make this. I was going to put it like right here. Maybe put like a covered eating space over here. Or just kind of like an open plan setup, maybe? Do I have any statues? I have some slate statues. It's a bunny. Let's check bars. What do we have? 165 iron. Only have 6 steel. Let's also check this. Running low on coke. A Ponot? Thanks for the Prime subscription for 2 months. Welcome back. And Glimlamp. Glimlamp. Thank you very much for the Prime. The brand new Prime. Hey, chat. Thanks for the Primes. Guys are helping me make my minimums for the day. Suit of Souls. I think you have a dwarf, don't you? Am I going crazy? No, you don't. Any of the new migrants? They'd probably be the neutral mood ones. Most likely one of these dwarves. Most likely one of the peasants. All of the peasants are new migrants, pretty much. Do you have any preference? Also, that's almost hype train. We just need one more Prime sub to get a Prime train. Not that that matters, but... Thanks for the $1, Elfie.
Let's have a hype train as a treat.
Okay, so, Logan the Peasant, the top one up here? This one? I read that as president. Maybe that just says where my brain is. I placed it, but never read it. Kid Reynolds, thanks for reminding me. Cross Fortune, thanks for the $1. By the way, that's all of the bits I've gotten today, the $2, so appreciate you. So Logan. Now Suit of Souls. Also, I just would like to state, chat, I don't do any sponsored streams. So literally all of the money I make is from YouTube ad revenue and like memberships and subscriptions and tips. So I just have to say thank you for the bits, the on-screen notification, the primes, because if you guys didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to be going and talking to a guy about getting a mortgage tonight. You know, like that. That's not something I'd be able to do. So thank you for helping keep this channel funded. Narvicious, thanks for the 41st month. Welcome back, mate. A skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. She easily changes her mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. She pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. Oh, by the way, the plan for today is like We're going to play Dwarfs until like 3:34, and then I'm going to play Caves of Cud for a couple hours. I'm trying to, Neezer. Yeah, trying to. The problem is I might need to wait until next tax season is done, because otherwise they look at my last 3 years of income versus the last 2 years of income because I'm self-employed. But I'm seeing if I can get around that. Anyway, which averages my income down to like a third of what it is right now. Which is, you know, not ideal when you're trying to get a loan. Rarely feels discouraged and likes a little excitement now and then. Is brave in the face of imminent danger, has a greedy streak, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Keeps her voice very quiet when she is nervous. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Appreciate you, Neezer. Thanks for the well wishes. Personally, prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, respects the development of a skill, values independence, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And Smugzug, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the emotes. It's currently in a hype train. Needs 3 more Prime subs. Or $12 in bits to level up. You know. Now is how you get... I got a big promotion 2 years ago. Well, here's the thing. I can't say I got a promotion 2 years ago. I actually have to be honest. Well, I'm not going to be buying in Vancouver, Max Fritz. I don't even live in Vancouver. I live in the greater Vancouver area. It's like the difference between living in like San Francisco or one of the tiny towns that's 2 hours outside of San Francisco. Like, I don't live in Vancouver. Personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Respects development skills and dreams of mastering a crafter work someday. Is married to Moral, who's a recruit in my military. Your parental grandmother's in the military. She doesn't really value skills related to fighting, right? No, she respects the development of a skill. Would you do well in the military? Quiescing, good analytical ability, single-minded. No, not really. She likes to tastefully arrange tables. Randall! Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. Prime sub for the 14th month. It's good to see you, mate. Enjoy the lurks. Thanks for sticking with me, dude. But I'll tell you this. I wouldn't be able to afford a mortgage if I owned a car. I don't own a car. So I own a bicycle because I can't drive. Which turns out makes things more affordable when you don't drive. Because a lot of monthly expenses that most people just have and take for granted, I don't have. You could live in a car. Citation needed? No, I couldn't because I wouldn't be able to stream as easily from a car. Highly depends on where you are in Canada. If you're in Vancouver, it's pretty good. If you're in the greater Vancouver area, it's pretty good. If you're in a lot of places in Vancouver Island, it's pretty good. If you are in, I should just go place that slab and go check it. If you are in, I don't know, Ontario, good fucking luck. It highly depends on where you are. I'll just accept that Farmer's Guild. I'm also going to go up to here and just say Steel Statue. Thank you very much for the little hype train. 8 subscriptions and $3 in bits. Probably doubled my revenue for the day. Still got a ways to go for my minimum, but hopefully we hit that. Yeah, if you live somewhere where you need it, then yeah, you need it. I specifically live places I don't need it. But no, I am going to be completely honest with you, chat. I'm doing quite well financially these days. In comparison to what I was doing a few years ago. Like, I'm not lying about the fact that I'm doing all right. But you guys are the ones that are enabling me to be able to do all right, so thank you. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm broke, I need money, because that's not true. Died peacefully in the year 115. Was born in 843. Loving mother and wife. United with nickel. Died happily. Probably look as good as you do because you cycle and are active. I mean, I've always been skinny. Like, and I wasn't active for maybe a decade, so... I cycle now, but I wouldn't say I'm super active. I take basic care of myself, but... No, I've always been skinny. Oh, trust me, I had no financial... Well, actually, that's not totally true. Even, like, when I was broke, like, fucking broke, I still had financial security because I just didn't spend money on things. Like, I've always just been extremely frugal. And then for over here, this is going to become my Farmer's Guild. A new guild hall. This one I will not make public, though. Farmer Hall, the Cloudy Company. It's a good name, though. Although, like, don't think that I'm, like, a prime example of health or anything. I smoke, I drink. Like, I'm far from perfect, but... Someone looks like he got the pick this embark. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I mean, Tarn looks happy and good, because, like, he's got financial security, probably a lot less general stress. He got married. So, yeah, no, I'm not too surprised he looks good. I'm gonna actually deconstruct the flooring in the middle here. And construct it again out of a different material, I think. What are you smoking? Weed? Nothing right now. Actually, I also haven't smoked since Saturday? Yeah, Saturday was the last time I smoked. And I just want to do iron bar floors in here because they look nice. But let's do slate. Just get some difference in color here. Many people have tried DF on Steam Deck. Apparently it's quite good. I've heard, like, decently positive things. Like, there's some things that'll be a little bit slow. But generally, the word on DF on Steam Deck is positive. I mean, I was just trying to make it kind of like a leftward-facing slant. So, if that looks like Texas to you, mate, that's the most abstract Texas I've ever seen. But, I guess. I could make it look less like Texas if you want. So you'd like a suggestion? And you'd like to change? Things that you want hauled in consistent amounts, but not all at once, is what minecarts are good for. I feel bad for all of my friends in Texas, I'll put it that way. Although it is a farmer's guild, so it's not entirely inaccurate. I am running DF natively on Linux, yes. This statue will probably bump the value up enough. Do I have any tables? I do. Also, I'm in an ad break. I shouldn't be unpausing. Bloody muscle memory. That's all right. Percuss yourself. As an ass. I'm sorry, Hog Jockey. That's all I have to say to that is I'm sorry. I wish I had full control over what ads you guys saw, but unfortunately I don't. I'm receiving a phone call. I'm waiting for a package, so in case this is it, I need to answer this. Give me a sec. Speak of the devil, lads. I will be back in a moment. I really have to pick up this package. So I will be back in 2 to 5 minutes. I'll just leave the camera on so you guys can see that I'm AFK. But BRB. Thank you. And
Cheese for everyone.
I don't know. Chat amongst yourselves. It's a piece of furniture that I bought a couple of months ago, so it's not a small package, so it might be a minute.
take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
NANI?!
Over here, he has a sword!
Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Is that interesting?
Cheese for everyone!
Sorry. Here, let me show you something.
Max
Over
underscore
here, he
normal
has a
underscore
sword.
cheered. X500.
It's not a small box. That thing was heavy. Jesus Christ. I missed something? Creed! Thanks for gifting 2 subs. Give me a second. Okay. What's in the box? A chair and a desk. I was just checking to make sure everything was in it. Living room furniture. I upgraded from my crappy, or I'm upgrading from my crappy, falling apart, deconstructed IKEA sectional. That 1/3 of it is remaining in my living room. So I'm gonna actually just have like a fucking lounge chair with a laptop desk built in. Is what it is. That is in fact my fancy wooden chair, yes. Okay, well. It's put together. Well, it's not put together, but it's in my living room. I can now cease panicking about that. And I'm sweating buckets now. You're intrigued by what my tattoo is? It's, Portal is what it is. That was my elbow cracking. It's very unfinished, though. Is this a chair? Here, I'll show you what it is. It is... Can I just... Do they just have a good photo of all of it? It is... Here's a good image. Ah, sweet. I can double click it. That's it. You got drunk in Budapest? Hey, dude, a fat squirrel is pretty cool, though. It's supposed to be colored, mongrel, but it's not yet. That's what's in the box. But I need to assemble it. Because, you know, modern furniture, some assembly required. So now I have a task for this evening. All right, I can get back to streaming. Sorry for the, like, me running off and vanishing for a minute there. Like, I had to go get the package, okay? So... Where to find them? You buy it from them. But they don't sell them in stores. They buy them. They make them in-house. All parts sold separately, although the attachments, they'll send you the 3D printed design, the 3D printing models if you want to just 3D print them. Yeah, it's a local Vancouver business. It's not cheap, but it's something I bought myself as a belated birthday gift. They were at PAX, and I got to sit in one, and they kind of sold me on them at PAX because they're really comfy and really nice. And I've wanted to not just be, you know, using dilapidated IKEA furniture for a while, and so that was an opportunity to do that. That's what it is. You'll never get rid of it? I mean, the best tattoos are the ones that just have good stories attached. They don't necessarily need to be good tattoos. It's just kind of a fact. My favorite criticism of it is that it kind of looks like an elementary school chair in a way, but for an adult. Of course, they also make an IKEA compatible lap desk. I mean, it's very much kind of that same aesthetic, so it largely does check out. All right, so I haven't quite satisfied the guild hall, which is odd because the value is high enough to be satisfied. Let's just engrave this middle bit and make 5 slate statues. Let's just do rock statues. Rock statue. 5 slate. Don't call this a stool. Don't call this stool a chair. Sure. Volkodav. Are you confusing thrones and stools? That's how it reads. Do I have a tanner's shop over here? No, I don't. But I don't need that butcher shop up there. All right, sweet. We've now satisfied the Saffron Cactus, which is the name of the Farmers Guild. That is a nifty little guild now. Okay, so let's check bedrooms up here, because I can probably make some more of these. 1, 2. Can make 2 more. We have 119 dwarves right now, which is a lot. Let's go into here and make beds. 20, 25. Although, how many logs do I have? Not 25. So let's just go up to here real quick and hack down some trees. Maybe not an irresponsible number, just a responsible number. And let's also go over to here and check this. Have I got anything? I have not. Well, that's a shame. Although, giant armadillo. Look at that big boy. Look at him. He's huge. And also kind of adorable. I like how we were talking about borscht yesterday, and now we're talking about borscht again. Borscht is very good. I like how frequently borscht comes up in the chat. Also, do I even have any woodcutters since... Okay, well, Dranos is now my only woodcutter. Also, how are you doing, Animal? It's good to see you. Chat, I was gone for a minute, so if you popped in while I was gone and said hi and I didn't respond, you can say hi now and I'll say hi to you. Or just, I don't know, say hi and I'll say hi. You harm the trees? Yes. Death to trees. I mean, what? All right, let's move these down. Chat is making you hungry? Yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. Old age do in fact be death sometimes. Oh, this isn't a aquifer. Huh. Okay. Let's go to there. 5. Okay, so down to -5 to be this layer. And then let's go up to there. Because, fun fact, if they go up through an aquifer instead of down through an aquifer, it doesn't cancel the digging. It's one of Dwarf Fortress's best kept secrets. Oh, that's a lot of magnetite. I should probably mine that out. Because I ended up in a layer that's full of magnetite, apparently. Smoked, probably Norwegian salmon and some traditional meat in bread. Sounds delicious. Because I want this to follow its original shape, I will smooth this. Because that is a lot of magnetite. And I'll just build walls around the edges, I guess. And then dig over from here, I suppose, is probably the easiest way to do that. Yeah. Oh, wow, it's probably going to go all the way over to here, isn't it? Holy shit, that's a lot of magnetite. Motherload of magnetite. No kidding, yeah. Looks like we're hitting the edge of it now. There's the edge of it there. Yeah, so I will just build around this, is what we'll do. Because I'd like this tube to be consistent. So let's go up to here. Just do this. 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 That. Let's go to priority number 2. Turn off the automation. Just dig out that. Magnetite is iron, yes. That is correct. And they'll be able to walk around the edge of this, which won't be too big of a deal. And then let's keep this up. So this layer and this layer are both sandstone, which I can smooth easily enough. There's also some magnetite right there, which I should probably tell them to automate out as well. Oh, no, that's cassiterite, not magnetite. Should still mine that out. And this whole thing gets slowly put together. Because this will get dug out pretty quick, I would expect. Yep, there we go. Ay, 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 ay. I am literally sweating. Wow. I realize, like, I just pushed a very large box all the way up the hallway, but, like, I didn't expect to be sweating this much. But, Animal, it's good to see you. Cheers, mate. Red borscht with sour cream in it, brown bread on the side, and a shot of vodka. Good Vegemite on toast. Do you think you're losing? That's not. Hey, you could do worse. Vegemite's not so bad. Won't be running out of ore anytime soon? No. We're only getting started. Yeah, no. We are out of drink, though. We may not be out of ore, but we are in fact out of drink. I don't know. That's like kind of perplexing to me. Like, this is the most problem with alcohol I've had in a fortress in, God, I don't even fucking know. Like, I can't remember the last time I had a fortress that suffered this much from running out of alcohol. It's been a long time. And up here, channel down. And also let's claim all these. Get rid of this. And claim these. Magnetite wine? Maybe magnetite blocks, actually. Hey, chat. Game saving. This dwarf's right here. Also, Max Normal, thanks for the $5, by the way. I super didn't say thanks for those. I'm gonna go take a piss. I will be right back. I bet he pees liquid magnetite. I bet your pardon? That would be painful, man. Alien is a bizarre video game, but if you have a weird sense of humor, it can be a lot of fun. I found Alien or Alona to be a bit tedious to play. But yeah, I could probably recommend it. I haven't played Ellen, but I've played Alona, and Alona was good, albeit a bit tedious to play. Planting pigtail seeds. Let's plant pigtail seeds over here. Actually, I wonder, did I cook my plump helmets? I may have, actually. Nope. No, I didn't. Oh, I guess we only just harvested all of them. Also, there's an ad break incoming in a minute. I will pause when that happens. Let's check in on Artifact Child. How's Artifact Child doing? If anybody wants me to check their dwarves, let me know. Can always do that. Oh! Oh my god. They have echidnamin. And recruits! Chat, we're being ambushed by the elves. I like strategy games. I don't like streaming strategy games, generally. We are being ambushed by the elves. And, they have echidnamen. Knuckles is here to kick my ass. Knuckles and elves. Having not been at war with elves in a very long time, I'm kind of excited. Like, I've had a few forts where I was at war with elves, but they just never attacked me, so... I am actually kind of looking forward to this. Kind of looking forward to this. I mean, elves only do ambushes, right? Do they even have weapons? Chat, I think they're attacking me with bards. This guy's got a musical instrument and books. What about you? Okay, you've got arrows made of candle nut wood. Reflections on the elf. Unabridged forest retreat. And of course, the classic, we see forks. I see forks in your forehead is to come soon. So, free books? The only problem here is my dwarves are all actively outside right now. So I'm going to turn the burrow on. And tell them these, actually, how armed is the bottom squad? Like, not at all. Okay, so I'm gonna tell this squad to go stand here. Wish us luck, chat. Wait. Oh, you're not in the military. I was like, why do you have an axe? Not allowed a weapon. So I'm gonna try and do this slowly. I'll shut the camera off so you guys can see a little better. Because these elves are going to be running pretty damn fast after my dwarves. Although the real question is, how effective are they actually going to be? Monom just lost his teeth here. He's getting punched by this elf, who's attacking. The peasant attacks the elf recruit, but she jumps away. We've got the Echidna, Plaguelades, Zapave, who's a bowman, coming down that way. And I've got more dwarves running outside, and the military running upstairs. Captain Picture Point is leading the charge with his artifact warhammer, and of course, his named shield. Well, the only combat logs I have are from recent training, but He bashes the elf wrestler in the lower body with his hammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the spleen through the rope reed shirt. If I move forward a few more turns, strikes the militia commander, but the shot was blocked with his shield. Bashes the elf wrestler in the upper body with his hammer once again, bruising the muscle. And once again, the shot was blocked. For the dwarf next to him, who's Rith, who's a legendary observer, fighter, legendary discipline, and high master miscellaneous object user, strikes the elf wrestler in the upper body with a steel shield, fracturing the bone, strikes the elf wrestler in the upper body with a steel shield, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung through the rope reed. Down here, this elf appears to have dropped their weapon, and our dwarf here is enraged at all enemies and still getting, struck repeatedly. Not so good for the health of that dwarf. If I wait a few more turns, we can see that one dwarf is being a very big dumb and literally just climbing up the wall. Well, Yatoro, if you don't make it, that is a you problem, not an us problem. I'm not going to be able to help you there. Okay, so best of luck with your climbing, and if you die, just know that you did this to yourself. The first death has happened, which was done by one of the dwarves. The hammer dwarf collides with the wrestler, and they get tangled together and stumble forward. Who has the kill here? Not you. Not you. Maybe you? Yes. It seems like Picture Point has the kill, who, in fact, bashed, is now fighting with an echidna person. But bashed the elf wrestler in the head with his hammer, jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. So jam the skull through the brain. They are now fighting with what appears to be an echidna warrior somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. Arrows are probably being fired. Yep, there come the arrows. Arrows going after dwarves near ledges is dangerous because they fall, like this dwarf just did. Now, because this dwarf is falling, they're probably going to keep falling. Seems like we have an echidna who's dead, and this dwarf's going to keep falling, and is now drowning. Rith, Mirrored Earth, if you die here, this is a you problem. It truly sucks. I'm sorry for your loss, and we'll send a letter, or I won't send a letter to your family. Meanwhile, your Turo is still climbing up the hillside, because it seems that this is the best way to, get up. Hey, chat, could I get a vile force of darkness? Because that truly is what we are at this exact moment. Melbill here is currently leading the charge. We've got Picture Point, who's just got the one kill. Kogan needs a helmet, and Melbill has killed an echidna, and is currently bashing this elf with her hammer, fracturing the bone through the hemp glove. The elves are up on the surface, and it is echidnas. I thought I just saw another dwarf go over the edge. And it is echidnas and noses and pieces flying. This echidna right here is probably getting beaten with shields repeatedly, if I had to bet. Is currently getting whacked with a steel shield. And says, I was attacked! I feel uneasy. I mean, who did the attacking here, though? That's their ear, which has gone flying. I don't know who removed it. Meanwhile, your Turo is still trying to climb up this hillside, but is collided with a tree, so is not having the most luck there. As the dwarves continue to move through the fighting on the very skinny bridges, one of my dwarves jumps very, very bravely off of the bridge onto the land, which is maybe not a wise thing to do. The dwarves are continuing through the cliffs. We can see your Turo down there climbing or trying. Books are falling everywhere, and it appears that they are no match for my shield wall, if you will. The wrestler strikes the echidna woman in the upper arm with her steel shield, fracturing the bone. The wrestler strikes the echidna bowman in the left hand with her steel shield, shattering the bone through the jute left glove. The force pulls the lower arm, tearing apart and bruising the skin and bruising the fat. And although I will say Lulo here is exhilarated after being attacked, my dwarves aren't so happy. We're about to get some upset dwarves, probably. And we've got lots of terrified, uneasy, unhappy. Did that dwarf down here die? Nope, they're still fighting. And it appears that an echidna has joined the fight. So this dwarf is bleeding and in not a good way is having a rough time. Are you drowning still? Yeah, it seems you are. I'm going to see if I can just dig through this and maybe save you. Maybe save you? Maybe save you. I'm going to just double check to make sure that's in the burrow. It is. So, we can maybe save you. Probably not, but maybe save you. Up here, as for the fighting, we've got dwarves moving through this echidna person who's currently overexerted, winded, and bleeding, now dead. Somebody got the kill probably, which was likely you if I had to bet. He says, I feel uneasy! But probably didn't just get the kill, did you? Probably one of the dwarves with the shields, actually. It appears that I think Elrish got the kill, striking the Echidna woman in the head with a steel shield, and the injured part was crushed. Well done. Well done there, dwarf. The dwarves pile on top of what remains of the Echidna woman. Where did your Toro go? Oh. Successfully climbed across. I think did handlebars across the tree. Well, that's kind of crazy. Now we've got these problems down here. So I'm going to send these dwarves down here to avenge this dwarf who's now dead. Fortunately, it means I don't need to make a hospital, so I guess that's good. And the dwarf was found dead. And the remaining dwarves run in and unexist the remainders. As for the invading army, they all seem to be gone, but let's just double check real quick, because they probably came from here. And for my soldiers, nobody's dead yet, although somebody's probably still drowning. And there you go. Rest in peace. Rith, you shall be missed. And just like that, the fort goes on. At least now we have an idea of who our main threat's gonna be now. Oh, I see. Actually, I'm screwing up. So now I need to make 2 tombs, is what we need to do. So there's one right here. And one up here. Rest in peace, Rith. And let's turn this off. I also need a way to dispose of all these bodies. Rivers and water are some of the most dangerous things in DF. Partially filling rivers, I think, for sure, yeah. The interesting thing about these dwarves is they all are miscellaneous object using experts. And also, actually, I'm just gonna go to labor, standing orders, chores. And let's say children don't do chores. Let's take children off my chores for right now. And let's also go over to here and get rid of these. You basically don't, Radis. I don't have any advice on how to find animal people because you kind of just don't find animal people in the current game. I know that kind of sucks, but if you want animal people, you basically need to use adventure mode. Especially if you want them in your fortress, per se. Think of their mental capabilities, is what I'll say. And also, I need a corpse stockpile. So let's... You know, this might not be a bad spot to use as a corpse stockpile. Oh, fuck. Well, I have to adjust where this goes because it's not going to connect to that anymore. So I have to reroute that a little bit. So let's go down to here and just make a corpses stockpile down here. Well, we're getting some magic-y things soon. Magic-ish things. We're not getting magic soon. But we're getting potions soon. Which is a form of magic. Okay, so now we can use this to get all of this stuff put away. You still can get animal people visiting your forts, but there is no, like, this is how you get animal people to visit your forts. It all entirely depends on the luck of the world gen. Whether or not they exist in populations big enough to be able to appear in your forts, right? So it's not like they don't exist in your forts. It's just well, if you want them, you have to just be lucky enough to be in a world that happens to have them. And that's about it. Glacial Titan Scholar. That's nutty. Wonder how that even happens. Okay, so let's get this dug out and get you pumping. So we can get this body out of here and all of those items. Now, the problem with this is it will actually fill up my fort soon. So here's hoping that I can get this done quick enough that it doesn't just fill my fort up with stuff. Okay, we got 3 items left, one gauntlet left. Okay, done. Please stop pumping now, thank you. All right. Not too bad. Let's just block this off. We'll deal with that later. You can have friendly titans. You're not supposed to. I don't think that's supposed to happen, but unintended accidental mechanics are some of the best. All right, so let's jump up to the surface and unforbid all of this. All right, well, corpses are set to be put in there, so. All these items can get put away. Got all kinds of random crud and wooden shields and things. Can sell all this stuff in the fall when that hits. Did he study the movements of glaciers? That would actually be really fun. Or environmental sciences. All right, let's go up to here. Plop another bed down. Well, I guess the good news is I don't need to worry about how many trees I'm cutting down now. And some migrants have arrived. Oopsies. Although I will say this, I need another military dwarf. So let's jump over to these. Dreams of raising a family. Poor memory. It's a 2 coffee morning. I know that feeling. Usually those are my day off. I'm just kind of chilling. I'm like, yeah, I will just give myself a little extra caffeine today because I feels like it. In terms of mastering a skill, good memory, low stamina, poor spatial sense. I mean, that can be trained though. Depends on how brave you are. She doesn't seek out excitement. Okay, she's a friendly individual, tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Respect to martial prowess. Yeah, you know what? You'll be okay, Aiton. Cyanide, you would like an axe dwarf. I don't have any axe dwarfs. So the way we're doing military in this fort is the only items that I can use as weapons are artifacts. If not, they get 2 shields. So I don't have any artifact axes. So I can't give you an axe dwarf. I could give you the one unnamed Lady Hammer Dwarf. Or I can give you a Shield Dwarf. Or I can give you a Weaponsmith, because we got lots of those. I've been told this, Ildari. But if you want the Hammer Dwarf, I can give you this dwarf. Also, you guys go back to training. Excuse me. Hammer Dwarf is fine. Okay. Cyanide finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance. She presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and often feels lustful. Likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She isn't particularly curious about the world. I have to cough. And she can easily fall in love or develop negative or develop positive feelings. She often feels envious of others, and she has a greedy streak. She occasionally overindulges, and she likes to brawl. She tends to be passive in discussions, occasionally overindulges and likes to brawl. She is she always takes a deep breath whenever she's surprised, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and, of course, to refrain from complaining. And doesn't really see the point of working hard. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. And she likes Billin, Almondine, and Sheepbone, and the color amethyst, doors, and earrings in the sight of the Scarlet Emerald. When possible, of course, she prefers to consume Hore Marmot and single grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. She has several friends, no family in the fortress. She's a militia dwarf and a member of the Fragrant Doctrine, who worships the one god that everybody here seems to care about, which is the god of beauty, and is disgusted when being nauseated by the sun again, and could really use a drink. You got a zombie and a vampire in your tavern. After 2 days, a tavern brawl started, and it was a bloodbath, and the vampire killed like 20 people. Vampires can't get exhausted, so it makes them quite strong. True fact. If vampires could get exhausted, they wouldn't be as strong, but their inexhaustibility is their biggest asset, I would say. All right. Something I need to do, I suppose, is I need to get some wood burning up and running. Because, well, the elves decided to go to war with us, which they already were, which means I don't need to worry about not burning wood anymore, so we can just start burning wood. I may also make mist generators in this fort. And I also need a better place to train my military. This, I think, is just going to become wood burning area. And probably power generation as well. Actually, I need to check my military. General happiness levels. Eldritch is pretty upset. Mostly because of all of this. So we need them to get back inside, if at all possible. Gonna play a few rounds of Total War? Well, you have fun. That's gonna take a while, though. You have them all since the first Shogun game they made? If I were to play Total War now, it would probably be Medieval 2. Or the original Rome. I realize they've made better games since then, but nostalgia's powerful. All right. Let's go here. And make furnaces. wood furnace. Let's just say sandstone. 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 And sandstone. I'm going to go here. We're going to go slate pillar, slate pillar, slate pillar, and slate pillar. Do I need to put slate pillars here? No, but they look nice. At least I think they look nice. This is probably going to get moved. Thinking probably over to here. And for military, I'm thinking... Chat, if you were to point at an area in this fort, where would you put the military right now? If you were to select an area in this fort to put military, where would you put military currently? Right in that hall area, like in the middle of this? That's kind of what I was thinking. It's kind of what I was thinking. I'm going to go over here and put 2 farmers' shops. Make them out of sandstone. I go over here and I'm going to make a loom. Make that out of slate. And I'm going to make a clothes shop right here. And I'll make it out of siltstone. Then I'm going to go here, deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct the tanner shop, go over here, and plop a tanner shop right there. That'll make out of coconut logs. You're really loving it? It's wonderful. Happy to help, dude. You just put your military on the shortest route to the entrance? See, I want the military to both look awesome and be in a central, convenient location, so, you know, it's kind of a self-made issue there for me. Like, I shouldn't be that picky, but I just am. Two sweet pods and sweet pods. Yeah, it's just 2 sweet pods there right now. It's like I shouldn't be as picky as I am, but I am as picky as I am, and it just is what it is. All right, this stuff all over here, I think, can all be moved down into here. Most likely. So I think I'm just going to put a finished goods stockpile maybe over here in this corner. Let's jump back up to here and say, okay, we got some more bedrooms we got to do. By that, I mean quite a few more bedrooms I got to do. I also need a hospital at some point, especially now that we're getting attacked. Also need to make more chests, more coffers. All of that. And I also need my new entrance to be done so it's safer. Basically what I need is I need to make this pump stack. I need to figure out where I'm getting water from. I think I'm just going to use this as a reservoir because it's easy. Like from the river right here. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to dig out a little hole right there. And then I'm going to go down in the center of that because I'm pretty sure it'll just be the 2 layers of aquifer. So we'll fill this up from the river, and I'll seal it off in such a way so that I don't have to worry about things overfilling. Or rather, underfilling, rather. Also kind of doesn't matter so much if there's an aquifer here, but just for the sanity of my own digging ability, I'm just going to do that. Okay. So, water is going to get pumped into this. So in that case, this is going to be where the pump is. Right here. Just going to be there. We're about to get hit by ads. I'm not going to unpause the game until after ads are done. Hello, chat rooms. I feel like I've done a bad job communicating, so. How's everybody's afternoon going? What you up to today? I think defenses are probably more important than barracks. Happiness of military is good and definitely something I need to work towards, but right now I think the higher priority is just get the waters ready and the water reservoirs ready, because that's what I'm really going to be using for defense in this fort. It's also kind of fun to know that we're going to be at war with elves and goblins, because that means that we may have some inner enemy fighting. So enemies fighting each other simultaneously, which is always fun and exciting. Everybody likes that. I'm funny? How that? What, me saying, how's everybody doing? What are you up to today? Is that funny? Supposedly ads were going to start running, but they haven't yet, so I'll pause until it says, yeah. No, I mean, I guess everybody's terrible, right? Like that's there we go. Now ads have popped. Everybody's terrible, right? That's the current situation. Cutting Pac-Man on my Discord. What? Oh, I see. You're screen sharing it. I got you. Got it. Got it. It's like, what do you mean on my Discord? It's like, why are you coding Pac-Man by typing into my Discord? How did I get in a war with the elves? The faction was at war with them when I started the fort. I didn't do anything. Although I think that may have been the fault of the ghost fort, but, you know, which was my last. I think it may have been the fault of my last fort. They didn't actually attack me, but I wasn't exactly like, you know, being nice to anybody in that fort. Lots of traitors died. I'll put it that way. Can your allies be at war with each other? I don't know. Maybe, probably. Yeah, no, I've absolutely had that happen, Clim Hazard, which is why I'm kind of excited. It's just really fun when you, like, get sieged by goblins and you're, like, prepping for the siege, and then elves arrive and ambush the goblins. It's just something about that is fun. All right, well. Let's unpause. We love watching the AI battle. Oh yeah, no, it was fun back in the day and it's fun now still. I mean, it's the same reason it's fun to watch, like, you know, the AI fight in Civ. It's fun to watch the AI fight in any game. Okay, let's go over here, knock these out. You do like watching the AI fight with custom nations? I believe it. What the heck are the most... Oh, I see. A lot of food being stored, meals being stored, stuff being put away. Okay, this back here is going to get a bunch of constructions made. I'm going to go over here. And this is just going to be a wood stockpile. Buddy, come on. Why you gotta play next to the dead turkeys? Let's also do this. This is gonna need to go away soon, I think. And then you over here. Gonna do that. Is this still on everything? Do you have wood assigned to you? No, you shouldn't. You can't only cut the tops off of trees. It lets you select them, but you can't only do that. You can only chop down whole trees. Oh, I don't have silk cloth. Whoop. I thought I did. Let's also go down here because I need more flux stone. Let's throw a door into here. And a bed. And this. And this. And select 2 more bedrooms to be dwarfed. All right. One thing at a time. By one thing at a time, I mean like everything at a time. I'm also going to do iron grates. Sure, 10's fine. That bridge is done. I think up in here, I'm going to place a office.
Swatch_goblin cheered. X101.
Swatch Goblin, thank you very much for the dollar and penny. Actually, that reminds me, I should check. Have we made my minimum for the day? We are at $43 of revenue for the day. My minimum for the day is $100 USD. Although Prime revenue hasn't come in yet, but that's probably like an additional $5. So I need to make about $50 today to hit my minimum. Thanks for the dollar, though. It all adds up, Swatch Goblin. Okay, so this whole thing filling up is good. I want this to look nice. Actually, why don't I just do this? Can they get into this from the other side? Currently, they can get into this from here. That's not going to be the case for much longer, though. So what I will do is I'll leave that open so that I can do this. This goes all the way up. Oop. Oh, I see. Cancels there because of the aquifer. That's okay, I can dig through this. And then what I gotta do is start up here and then go all the way down. Actually, do I need to go all the way down? 'Cause the water's going to come up. Yeah, I need to go down to here, this layer. So essentially what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to build and power all of this. Get it pumping water from the entrance on this side, right? Actually, hold on. Let me look at this for a second. Because you're going to come from here. So water's going to come into here. Water's going to flow freely till basically here. So I need to dig an area out for here to fill up with water. Then it's going to be pumped all the way up to here by the pumps. So, although that should do her. Let's just get rid of those ramps. Get rid of these ramps. This whole thing can fill up with water, thankfully, too. And it shouldn't cause any problems. Some angry dwarves. You wonder what happened? We got ambushed by elves. They had a kid to men. I ain't even kidding you, man. They're also not that angry. I mean, like, if I look at this... like, they're not that bad. Although I do need to keep an eye on the military. Actually, this squad here should probably just have a break. For a little bit. So that they can go around and tend to their needs. But yeah, we got ambushed by elves, is what happened. As they say, it was inevitable. Okay. So now what I gotta do is I gotta go down to here. And this will be the first layer. Now, because this is just going to be a pump stack, this is actually going to be quite easy to set up. Because I don't need to worry about material. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, we'll just do 10 then. Wooden cork. Wooden pipe. I have a question. What animal people morale? They attacked us. There is no morale problem there. I just think it's kind of funny that they're attacking us with knuckles. I'm I guess unaware of this quote classic problem. I want to know where this is so I don't accidentally cut trees down and expose holes. So it's clearly not that classic, Emperor Iron. Also, chat room. Swatch Goblin was very kind and gave me $1 and a penny. Can I get a round of beers for that $1 and a penny? It's not that big of an ask. We have a, not really a rule here, but a tradition. When people throw money at streamer, you throw beers in the chat. It's pretty simple. At least I think so. And then let's go down to here. You know, I'm just not going to worry about this water in here, because this whole thing is going to fill up. Although I kind of do need to worry about water in here. Because I need to power it somehow. Let's also just make a bunch of rock mechanisms real quick. Let's do 30. I just deleted them. And let's do 30. All out of sandstone. And I also need to... go to there. Make that a trash dump. Let's see, are we currently making brewskis? Yep, we are currently making beer, which is good. It's kind of amazing that I don't currently have any plump helmet seeds. Like, that's actually kind of impressive, because there's just so many different types of fruits and plants that they're not brewing the plump helmets. Let's just smooth a bunch of this. It's going to take a little bit to get done. It's going to be a nice little reservoir. Get all this moved out. And that goes down to here. Not bad. And let's also do this. Let's also go down to here and set all this to be dumped as well. Get all this stuff removed from here. Also, chat room, if I'm playing too fast, please let me know. I feel like I've gotten into a bad habit of playing too fast again. Like, that happens periodically. I want the stream to be watchable. And also, I know that, like, life seems a little grim right now, guys. And I know that it may feel kind of difficult to, chat, but just remember this. We'll get through this. I keep telling myself that. It's easy to feel like it's not true, but we'll get through this. Life goes on.
Happy anniversary.
Fraga, thanks for the full year of continuing to keep this channel funded. I appreciate you greatly. Is it really that noticeable? Oh, I can tell. Chat's just like not as like you can tell when crappy things have happened in the world because chat reads differently. I know that sounds like a bit ambiguous, but it is true. Chat does in fact read differently. I've been doing this long enough that I can tell when people are generally just like about life. Some people just don't tune in at all. Chat gets quiet randomly when it wouldn't normally. It is what it is. You're literally in the basement because of air raid and explosion outside? Words. Ah. Shit's terrifying. Uh-oh. I've got a water buffalo. Everybody's got a water buffalo? Oh. Also, to those of you yelling that I needed a cat, well, I have one now. I'm going to gild it, though. Also, still haven't managed to catch anything in my cage traps. Darn it. Maybe not good vibes, but just like vibes, you know? Well, there's only 3 of us here. Here's the thing, right? Vast majority of the people watching are watching here on Twitch. YouTube is kind of the, like, lurker chat. In fact, like, I know for a fact a decent portion of people who watch my streams on YouTube are actually reading and typing in Twitch chat. They just have YouTube, like, Chromecasted to their TV. Because YouTube has better support for that sort of stuff than Twitch does. Chat is not as talkative, but when it does get talkative, it's like kind of grim. So, and don't worry. Like for me, the past few days, like I've been slacking on just about every piece of work that I do. I know that like the job that I do is very not normal, but it is difficult for me to be creative right now, and I don't even live in a country where shit's gone nuts. So. Canadian politics and stuff at the very least is at most, like at worst, is mildly annoying. It's just like, well, it's people being dumb and annoying, and that's about the worst it gets. So. Why do you keep getting suspended? Well, maybe because of water, actually. I need one more. I'm getting there. I never really gave it a try until recently, and I've been seeing a lot of my tutorials, and the algo was like, hey, look who's live. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of why I stream on YouTube. Like, even though I do, in order to be a functional adult mongrel, you should be aware of them at the very least. But what's the word I was looking for here? That's part of why I stream on YouTube. Like, YouTube is kind of just like, it's a notifier for the audience of people that watch my stuff on YouTube, which is bigger than my Twitch audience. And so if people eventually migrate over to Twitch, that's the ultimate, like, most positive outcome for me. Find it's the best way to handle all of it. Oh yeah, just like help other people. I mean, I find that like I'm very bad at like just, I guess, trigger warning for depression, but like the way I help myself deal with depression is by helping other people find joy in life, because I've kind of just accepted that I'm incapable of doing that for myself. So since it's really difficult for me to find things that make me happy, I have found that it is much easier to try and make other people happy. I should have done this the opposite way, but oh well. Would have made this much easier. I have rock grates? I thought that I set up iron grates. I do have iron grates. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to move these. I thought all I had was those iron grates. Also, I should check. What does the mountain home want? They want handwear. Okay. Well, we'll have gloves that I can sell them, so that's fine. Rock grates make you want honeycomb cereal? You know, I can see it. We've got another weaponsmith. I guess here's a question. How can I make my stream better right now, you know? Sounds like the Robin Williams road. Here's the thing. I'm a chronically depressed bipolar creative. It runs in the industry. So, am I going to kill myself? Hopefully not, because I've fortunately had a decent amount of therapy in my life, but it is the truth, though. Looks like you need cloth, but you already have it. What else do you need? Quarry, okay, we got that. Forest, okay, yeah, we got that. Stack cloth, clay, sure. Rough gems, yeah, we got that. Oh, crap, he claimed pig iron? Tisk. But yeah, if there's anything I can do to make stream better these days, in times of grim sadness, or just global depression, just let me know. Spent the whole day looking up at the giant sculptures and discovered new species. A new species, Mynekasu. Wait, what? Mynekasu? What the hell is that? Is a Mynekasu. Okay, so it is possible. Okay, actually, let's check this. Got llama wool, rope reed, rami, pigtail jute, cotton, linen. I don't have any silk. Looking in here, I don't see any silk. So my presumption is I need silk. My neck is... Oh, I see. My neck is sore. Arty hardy har. Craning your neck. I get it. Took me a second, but got there. Okay, so I'm actually just going to go over to here. I need to get down to a cavern layer so that I can, you know, get me some silk, probably. They're groaners? Dad jokes are clever wordplay, which can make them very funny. I like clever wordplay. Although, recently I got a comment and I don't know how I feel about it. It was on my cult video. And it was, I really appreciate the millennial dad humor. I guess I just learned that I have the humor of a millennial dad, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, I'm conflicted by it, I'll put it that way. All right, let's go up to here. Okay. You have 2 different worlds and you have yet to hit any. It highly depends. There is no guaranteed location for where caverns will be. Andromeda, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. There is a leaf blower outside, which is really loud, and I'm about to get hit by an ad. You guys can follow Irib. I will be back in a moment after I close the door. There we go. I will pause the game when the ad hits. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers? For that glorious sub bomb. Really does mean a lot. Yeah, the caravan should have silk. All right. The Mayor Id meets with the Outpost liaison named Mistum, and they say, I am your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situations. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Probably just going to continue asking for coal. Now we're in an ad break, so I will pause the game. They want earrings and toys next time. You're still far from it. Hey, you'll get there. I think when it comes to just like, you know, crappy inside thoughts and depression and stuff, for me, the main positive I got from my vacation, which is also the reason I haven't talked about my vacation much, is when I came back home after my vacation, because it was the longest vacation I've taken since the pandemic happened. I realized very quickly that I think a major portion of my negative brain thoughts and generalized like depression is actually coming from this apartment. It's not that the apartment's haunted or anything, but I've lived here for a decade. It's very small. And as much as I like it here, I equal parts hate it here, if that makes any sense. So it's very much a... this apartment's slowly killing me kind of thing. So you're off to bed, Neezer. We'll see you later. Take care. You just pop into chat now and then when you're not when you're not in the work PC. Oh yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't really care like where you watch, right? Like as long as like the whole setup works for you, it's great. Whack Major, you have a fun name to say. Just want to say that. And shout outs to Andromeda as well. All right, we should be through the ads now. Right, this right here is going to get moved to down here. This right here is the traders. Let's just go through the things. And sell the stuff that I do not need. Footwear. Cherrywood gauntlets. The very busted up helms. Small rope reed leggings. Oh, right, yeah, because of the, oh, man, because of the echidna people, right? They're going to be small. Wow. It's an interesting situation to be in. And also the arrows, because again, don't need those. I'm going to keep that, but all this can go. Trying to think what else I can sell, because kind of need to sell something that isn't all of this stuff, but don't really have much is the problem currently. Because I really, really, really do not have much. Actually, I could sell seeds. Yeah. Find cough. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to sell this seeds barrel. Barley, guava, bubba, hard wheat. Because it's got a decent value, and I kind of just need all that stuff. And let's also just make 20 cloth bags. Cloth bag, 20. Because all those seeds ended up in a barrel in bags, which isn't great. Came up when you were 15, you didn't think much of it. Hey, the fact that you have, like, whack major without any numbers on it is kind of impressive to me. So, I mean, that's kind of cool in and of itself. Okay, let's bring a trader over who's amethyst. And I guess I will try and buy some silk, at least 2 pieces. Let's do 4, maybe. Here comes the broker. Hey, chat, how old were you when you came up with your username? I came up with mine in 2009. So I guess I would have been 15? I'll be honest, I kind of love how usernames stick. Oh my god, they didn't bring any. They didn't bring any because the stuff is heavy. Well, that sucks. All right, back to digging, I guess. Just going to trade for a bunch of foodstuffs until the value goes yellow, and then get rid of it. Then jump up to here, and then trade for some extra meats. All right, that's it then. Let's go as low as we can. Seems like I've hit several rounds of gold. Also, depression is not as bad in the fort as it was previously. 2010, so 42, 17, 12. Do you ever regret your username, chat? I'll be honest, I certainly regret mine. I think, 'cause it very much started as, like, self-deprecating humor, right? So it's one of those usernames where there is no way in hell I would make the username now. There is a lot of gold down here. You did for 6 months till you changed your back. You changed your name and then regretted changing your name. I remember those 6 months when you were HoboCab. That was a weird 6 months. Because I think I kept calling you stoned throughout that time. Man, that's a lot of gold, dude. Although Hobo has some pretty great stories because his name is Stoned Hobo. How to get free weed at a convention is just walk around with a weed-related username at a convention where everybody has their username on their name tag, on their badge. Also, Hangman, thanks for 6 months in advance. 12 months! 1 whole year. I appreciate that greatly. It means a lot, mate. Radasaurus. Radasaurus is kind of how I want to read it. Even though it's not actually an Asaurus, but... Speaking of, watch me just, like, not find any more cavern layers. I'm just gonna dig directly through all of them. Because we're down to layer 109. I probably missed at least 1 cavern layer. What I could do is just... Up. There we go. Found one! Oh! And an unusual wall. Studded with names. I found that without hitting the cavern layer, hey? Well, look at that. Or without hitting the... Ooh. That's also very, very damp. And I'm not seeing any webs. Balls. Like any webs whatsoever. Maybe if I dig this whole thing out, we'll find some webs. I'm starting to think that dwarf may be dead. With a compassion and art? Well, appreciate you, mate. I mean, thanks for watching. It's nice to know that my reputation has, like, been mended somewhat, I guess. Because there was definitely a long period of time there where I wasn't always the nicest person on stream. Oh my god. I really want to do some silly cave-ins. Lava is underneath all of this. I could do a pretty fucking huge lava piston. All right, well, I'm going to do some pretty silly lava piston, I think. That's a plan. Yeah, I don't see any cave spiders in here. I'm just double checking that I haven't disabled automatically collect webs. Yeah. There's just no webs to collect. When you were 12 or 13, an older buddy brought you into some role playing. AOL chat rooms like D&D roleplay. It made you Metal to Kenzie. Okay. Thank for that, and that became Zenk, and now one day I'd already taken Zenk, and you needed an account. Yeah, there you go. I became blind IRL because I used to have, like, kind of embarrassing anime names because I was a child once. And during that period of time, I was playing a lot of Counter-Strike with friends. And so I became known as the blind guy because I don't see well. So, like, whenever we would play in any kind of pubs or any kind of scrims, I would just end up being referred to as the blind guy. So they would just give me whatever close range positions were available because it was the most logical position for me to play because it was what I was good at. And then when I started playing League of Legends in 2009, I needed a new username, and the bullshit username I was using before that wasn't available. So I was like, well, let's go with the joke that everybody's been running with anyway. So I became Blind IRL. I'm just kind of stuck. What Counter-Strike was it? Well, I was playing Counter-Strike, but also a bunch of FT, like free-to-play shooters at the time. So it was like a combination of Combat Arms, Crossfire, Allegiance of Valiant Arms, and Counter-Strike Source. Was what I was playing at the time. Was everything because you were a big mythology girl? Well, there you go. That's a pretty good name, though. I don't know. I love the stories behind usernames because it's always like kind of a weirdly personal thing, but at the same time, like, you know, largely just very silly. So I'm going to dig this out. And I'm going to drop all of this whole thing right here, into the caverns. Presuming I don't hit another cave layer. If I hit another cave layer, well, at the very least, then we'll know where the other cave layer is. So my miners are going to be busy for a while. We'll let them work on that. But I'm not super positive that that dwarf is going to make it. Ah, speak of the devils. Where is it? It's exactly what we needed. Well, there we go. That explains that. Excellent. And unlike the other one, this one is full of webs. So hopefully we get a nice big collect webs job soon. He looks friendly. And, Serpent Man, Mangled Skeleton. Good, good, good. Troglodyte Skeletons. Uh-huh. I love it. Okay, so this is one of my favorite things in the world. Is one, the fact that I missed this whole cavern layer by one tile. I love that. And then the second thing that I love is when you break into a cave layer and there's just blood everywhere. That will always be awesome. It's one of my favorite tropes in Dwarf Fortress. I'm just going to forbid everything over there. And I'm going to block all of this. And I'm going to block all of this. If I pop up a layer, I'm going to block all of this. Ice Blue, thank you so much for the 10 packet gift subs. I need to check my revenue for the day and see if we've hit my minimum, but appreciate you, mate. Means a lot. Thanks for all the support, dude. Let's do all this with one exception there. This side, this can just be blocked off. But that cave ogre may just beeline it towards the fort, which it looks like he is. I'll send my soldiers to right here. And also, I'm going to unforbid all of the webs in here. And just check this. Is anybody going to collect webs? Because I think that's what we need, guys. Did that say... Oh, some more migrants, plural, have arrived. I thought it said migrant. I do some burrows in old school RS. I'm not going to say you should check if that username's available, but you should check if that username's available. Hello, Radiant Psych. As well as Muragaze. Welcome to the channel. Still going to do another nice big piston. Let's see how far this dwarf goes. What kind of things we discover? We're going to go all the way up. If you're in the same area, you'd roll a joint and smoke with me. I wouldn't smoke today, though. I'm trying to only smoke on the weekends. Currently, there's enough outside factors making it hard for me to be creative. I don't need self-inflicted factors that make it hard for me to be creative. Okay, Dwarf runs up. All the way up. I'm going to need to make another minecart route, I think, too. Okay, so Connie is just going to go put it where? Oh, all the way the hell over here, right? I'm just going to forbid literally everything except for this stuff. There we go. Weave thread into silk. And then let's just go to here and go loom. Make 2 more of these. And then let's follow that strange mood and see if that's in fact what he needs. Any fisher dwarves? No, I do not have any fisher dwarves. I may be able to make some in a minute, though. But I do not prioritize fisher dwarves at all. Also, we may have saved that mood. Want the crankiest woman you've got. I will find you the crankiest woman you've got. And if I start up a fishing industry in the next little bit, I will give you a fisher dwarf. I just need to... I'm just going to try and witness this. Unless you want this dwarf who's making an artifact. Or trying to. Although I don't know if they're particularly cranky. Thanks for being around, hand banana no. To be able to get a dwarf. Although sorting by age is kind of difficult. This one's only 54. Let's see, sort by angriest. Well, this dwarf is pretty cranky. They're 79. Does this work for you, Jasper? Also, YouTube chat. First person to type in the word rat, rat, rat. 3 separate rats with spaces in between gets a dwarf. Works great, sweet. I did say YouTube chat, Melrep. Is very ambitious and always is looking for a way to better her situation and doesn't focus on material goods. And remember, tier 2 subs, you guys can nominate people too. Is always looking for a way to better her situation and doesn't focus on material goods. Is assertive and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and enjoys the company of others. There's a goat in my tavern. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally disdains loyalty. Sees the pursuit of art as silly, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. And likes hematite and bilin as well as alexandrite and the color indigo. 8-sided prisms and short swords and shields and querns and giant jumping spiders for their ability to leap. And the words of the North Bridge and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine and can't stand jumping spiders. Did you go make a new Ratosaurus account? Well, there you go. I mean, you could have renamed your old account to it, but now you've claimed it. But there you go. Ratosaurus is now a uses. Her nose is extraordinarily broad, and her hair is clean shaven, and she has a low voice. Her husband's name is Id. He's a weaponsmith, and she is wielding 2 shields, both strapped to her upper body. She really likes shields, so I guess that's good. She's an adept student and a legendary observer and a high master fighter. You can rename accounts? Yeah, but now that the name's been claimed, you can't do it. You have to go to your account settings. Although I think you could delete that account and then in 6 months you could do it. I think it's 6 months. Brush Apocalypse. What kind of dwarf would you like? You're also a member of the Order of Sisters, which is worshipping the god of beauty. I love how many different religions there are for the god of beauty. It's kind of neat. I'm also going to make some iron goblets. How are we doing for steel? 15? Okay. Actually just going to zoom out, zoom in, and go to you. Well, no, not you. And say steel. No, requires fuel. Let's just make some coal. Make charcoal. Need a dwarf jam icon? Huh. If someone can make a dwarf jam, I will make a subscribers emote dwarf jam. I would do that. But I need someone to make it. And I don't really know what that would look like. Oh, you're working secretly. Just got what she needs now. Rough tiger eye. Still pig iron bars, though, which is unfortunate. Ponce, thanks so much for the raid, man. How's things, dude? In your neck of the woods. Ponce, a real-life friend of mine. Sometimes we hang out and drink whiskey. I recommend you go give Ponce a follow, because he's a cool individual to watch play video games. How's the ant game? I've been looking at that. It looks interesting. Lady Dwarf, no specifications otherwise. I will search by happy and give you the happiest Lady Dwarf I can find. That's it. Brush is not a private person, freely shares details of her life, and very easily develops positive feelings after becoming a parent in 1013. Only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. Often is cheerful after giving birth to a boy in 2013, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Has nothing to do with having a kid. She's just afraid of things. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a sense of duty. Has a greedy streak and is trusting. Speaks very deliberately when she's annoyed, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and could care less about tragedy. It's not even, it's like the most confusing title in the world because there's another ant game with almost the same name. So there's Empires of the Undergrowth, and then I think it's Empire of Ants is what you were playing? Yeah, Empire of the Ants, which is like, you know, this. You are an ant, you run around, and you Pikmin your way into ant domination, I think? The ant game. So you run around as an ant so that you can command your armies of ants. Oh wow, you can get air as the ant? That's kind of funny. That's kind of amusing. The thing is, it's microids. I don't trust microids. They put out a fuckload of shovelware. Ant mounted on a slug. It's kind of a Pikmin RTS hybrid. Isn't Pikmin kind of an RTS hybrid? It's like an RTS action game or something. This dwarf is actually a dwarf of note as well, because this dwarf is married to Angular Donut, who was one of the first dwarves to make an artifact in this fort, and also her only son is Artifact Child, who was born the same day her husband completed the artifact. So she's kind of a dwarf of note. Welcome, Brush. She wants to fight. Just go talk to your husband then. Her eldest daughter's grown up too. She wants to acquire an object and fight. She wants to also get excitement. You know what? Screw it. We'll throw you into this squad for a little bit. Go learn some training. Well, that's kind of annoying. Cog the Weaponsmith has created Mirror Minkil, a giant pig iron axe blade. Claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Imush Mine's words. Mine's your words, young lady. I mean, young Dorothy. Mine's words. Wield that in combat? You can't. It's not a weapon. It's a trap piece. This is a giant pig iron axe blade. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular siltstone cabochons, or cabochon, and cave spider silk, oval bituminous coal cabochons, and avocado wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tiger eye, and on the item is an image of a fire imp in pig iron. On the item is an image of a weremole in custard apple wood. On the item is an image of a naf plant in cave spider silk. We're now in an ad break. I will pause game. Hello, Genose. Hello, how are you doing? Do you know if a human will sometimes ignore specific work orders when making clothes to make large shirts, even if it was specifically ordered as dwarf-sized? Characters make clothing the size of them. Also, I don't know if you're in an ad or not. So if you heard that, just acknowledge. Otherwise, I will presume you were in an ad and missed it. So non-dwarf entities make clothing the size of them. So if it's a human, they'll make human clothing. If it's, you know, a kobold, it'll make kobold clothing. If it's a gremlin, it'll make gremlin clothing. It's just the head of an axe. It's a trap component. So it's like a giant serrated disc, basically. All right, there we go. We are now through the ads. Let's see if I've made my minimums for the day. I am $11 away from my minimum for the day. We're getting there. We're getting there. Just $11. Nice and close. So yeah, it'll go into that trap right there. I mean, I would obviously prefer that it was an item that I could use in my military, but can't win them all. So that right there needs a lever connected to it. And let's drop down to here again. I also need to look exactly where this is because this could be pretty cool if I dropped it all the way down. Let's set that as a side goal. To just like have like, you know, just a lava tube that's visible from up here. I think that's going to be a side goal for this fort. because I think that's doable. The only problem is I am going to be dropping some gold ore into here, but eh. So let's go down to here. And in the middle of this, plop that. I'll just use wood. You know, actually, it's way easier to just do it this way. This is going to look bad for a second, but trust me, I'm going to fix it. Okay, so I'm going to go down to here. We'll worry about this layer last. And let's also go up to here and do this. And this. And claim all of this. And plop a doorway right there. And also deconstruct all of this. And chop down all of this. So they're still doing all of this. I think I'm going to go over to here, close this. Change blueprints, change standard to blueprints. Okay. Let's let them go dig channels. Your throat hurts? Feeling sick? Slyman! Thank you very much for the brand new subscription. It means a lot, mate. Appreciate you. How you doing, Ranger Rick? And Undeath lol. You lost your beers? Yeah, you did have a subscription on the other account, didn't you? Hey, Chad, somebody help out Eratosaurus here. They've been debeard. It's a bloody shame. What am I doing? I'm dropping a bunch of crap into lava because I can and it's easy. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking this and I'm about to drop it all into here, which I'm presuming is the lava sea because it's all very hot down here, which would mean the only logical assumption is that it's the lava sea. So that's what I'm doing. I'm also going to go around the edge here and channel all this down too. This is very extremely not safe, but hey. Thanks, Anonymous. The thing I should be doing is building my water reservoir up on the surface, but, you know. Instead of doing that, I'm doing some shenanigans, because isn't that like the point of Dwarf Fortress, is just like seeing a neat opportunity and being like, I'm gonna do shenanigans. It's like, should I be doing shenanigans? No, but I'm doing shenanigans. Because it is an option to me. Just waiting for these trees to get hacked down. And here's hoping I don't accidentally get any of my dwarves stuck. Although, here's what we'll do. Welcome back, enemy. Let's just get that locked. Maybe lock this as well. I don't know if anybody's outside. They may or may not be. I don't see any dwarves. I love how many webs are in this map, are in this layer, though. It's nice. Super nice. Super duper nice. I do need this to get done first, though. And all this goes all the way across here. Just dig through this so that we have a way around. This is a very quick and easy shenanigans too, which is the nice thing about this type of shenanigans in particular. Very quick and easy. If it wasn't super quick and easy, I probably wouldn't be doing this, but I'm just looking at this and going like, man, there's like way too many ways for this to go horribly wrong. Let's do it. It's basically how I'm looking at this right now. I was like, this is a terrible idea. Let's go nuts. Like, this is almost guaranteed to end in calamity. Like, why in the world would I not be doing this? On top, but down there is water on top of obsidian on top of magma. Pretty much, yeah. So essentially, like, what's going to happen is this is going to fall. And if I do this correctly, it'll fall through here. I'm going to need to do a little bit more digging on this layer, though. It'll fall through here. And I'm under the assumption that there is lava directly beneath this. I could actually check. Maybe that's actually the wise thing to do, is to check. So I'm going to dig through here. This should hit lava almost immediately. Really cool DF videos. You know why your squads only equip half of the uniform I give them? The other half they just ignore it. What is the half that they're ignoring? I just got to shut up from Jess. Weapons and armor. That's not very clear, but like, so you've assigned them weapons, right? So I'm assuming this is all yellow then, right? Sounds delicious, mind. Have you enabled the squad? Because like, in order for them to have gear on, under scheduling by default, they're set to off duty, then monthly orders, then training. Training and ready are the ones where they keep the gear equipped all the time. Unless you're just talking about shoes. If you have them set to train or no orders and they're still not equipping gear, then something is very wrong and I'm not sure what. It's one of those things where it's going to be kind of hard to decipher. You think you got the problem? There we go. Happy to help. But that's like the most likely cause of it. Let's see if I can dig one layer further down here. Because this should just be the magma sea. Yep. You've discovered the Great Magma Sea and a volcanic wall studded with gems. So, this is the Great Magma Sea. And this is where I'm going to drop this pillar. This right here needs to be connected to a lever. So let's just jump into the fortress up here. Go here and just plop it right there. I'm also going to go up to here and plop another lever over here. I mean, if you set it to setting it to replace clothing is actually not a good idea to recommend to newbies on death. They'll never put shoes on, which is fine. Or they'll never put on the shoe armor, which is fine. But what new players don't realize is that you have to then account for storage for their clothing and also for the fact that other dwarves will steal their clothing. And then you'll have naked dwarves running around whenever you take them off duty. So I kind of like, yeah, that's an important mechanic, and I acknowledge that, but I kind of try to not recommend that people do that, even though it is a good idea generally. Just because I think, like, the spots where that kind of trips people up is pretty massive. Always wear their armor. It makes for fun bar fights. Yeah. Although you'll sometimes still have dwarves that want to acquire things, which can be kind of hard to do if they're always wearing armor. So where did all my miners go? They all ran off. Waiting for them to come back. Okay, so I've got a dwarf linking right here. And then you right here, you're going to link to this. A new recruit gets trained up quickly, and then other dwarves can just chill for a bit. True. Yeah, okay. It's not a bad way to do it. But that's just a lot to account for if you're brand new to the game. How's the fort and the strim been? Strim's been all right. Fort's been pretty good. Chat, how's the fort and the strim been? I mean, chat's opinion matters more than mine. For me, it's been okay. Really need to hotkey things. I'm just currently doing some shenanigans because I saw an opportunity. So the shenanigans shall ensue. Looks like we did kill a blind cave ogre at some point. Okay, so that should be enough. Now I just need to do her here. And then it's totally disconnected from everything. And then the final thing I need to do is, well, simply pull the lever connected to this. And then you remembered goal. There you go. We're getting there. People are remembering the commands. Although this, I'll have you know, has absolutely nothing to do with the goals, so this is just pure shenanigans. And utter goddamn nonsense. Oh, actually, shit. I was going to say we're even about to drop a tree into there. Okay, you know what? Just because I don't want trees to accidentally support the whole thing, I'm just going to build on top of all this. Because, like, if you think that's the shenanigans, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm going to, I think, drop a tube all the way down into the lava sea from up here. Maybe all the way up to here. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking about doing. Maybe making a minecart route run all the way down it. Stairs don't count as support. Well, the stairs aren't connected to anything. Stairs aren't connected to anything here, and I removed them on the bottom. So they're not actually holding anything. So why would they be supporting anything if they're not attached to anything? They only count as a support if they're connected to something, but they're not connected to anything. Oh, that's a wall. Shit. This is also pretty much the equivalent of rare. Maybe slightly lower than rare, but we've gotten really lucky with iron in this fort, and gold. Like, would a pillar of, say, iron deal more damage as it falls on something like stone or dirt? I don't know, actually, to be honest. I know that, like if you're talking about something falling, a sock falling at terminal velocity can instantly instigate a dwarf. Also, I'm going to shout out Jess, because she just shouted me out, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, let's do that. And hack through this. I'm very unimpressed with this dwarf. I'm very unimpressed with this dwarf. It's okay. Diagonals don't. Rith the peasant has been possessed. Oh no. Saying oh no because they're probably not going to make a weapon. Actually, let's just claim all this. And dump this. We're a dabbling weaponsmith. Stoneworker shop. Dang it! It was a 50-50. I could have gone either way. And I claimed the wrong one. Well, Rith, you failed us. I'm very disappointed. But please make us a cool artifact all the same. Speaking of things, this goes all the way down to here. This goes all the way up. That can get removed. So this right here. Basically what I need to do, actually, be easier to do it this way. Screwing this up, like, completely. It's like this one needs all of these blocked off. And then this right here Needs these two dug through. Because this needs 80 power, which means a singular water wheel will actually be enough to power this whole thing. But I would like a switch to be able to turn it on and off. We'll use Goblin Cap. And then on this side right here, I will put a lever. How ready are you guys for some shenanigans, chat? Because I can pull that lever whenever. Just about whenever. All right, let's drop down to here. Check this. Should be totally fine. Let's wait for that dwarf to run through this. I'm just gonna lock these two doors for minimum danger. This right here is going to get pulled. The dwarf who's going to pull it is this dwarf, and I'm gonna do a quick save. Just in case we want to do an instant replay. And then we're going to scream send it as loud as we fucking can. The diagonal support will not support it. Do not worry. I wouldn't have built that if I thought it would support it. Diagonals do not support. And this may also set the caverns on fire. Just a heads up. And now we're going to watch our dwarf here, who is getting to do the honors of pulling this lever. And by the honors of pulling this lever, I say, can I get a round of lava? If you happen to have my lava emote, spam it now. So here's where we're at. It fell completely through here. This cavern layer is now going to start draining into the lava. And this lava got ejected up top. So all of this is going to become both lava. I should undump these. Is going to become both lava and obsidian. I can move forward a few turns at a time, because stuff's becoming obsidian and exploding simultaneously. And also, we've got this beautiful hole all the way down to the bottom of the magma sea now. I'm sure one of you is thinking like me and saying, I'd really like to see this in ASCII. Well, it looks like that. Now that's some silly little shenanigans, if I do say so myself. We have many different colors of steam, dust, mist, etc. And as we move forward, we will get to do this a second time. We've got obsidian sealing off the edges. Oh my god, it's working. Look at that! Oh! Hell yes! I was really hoping it would just seal the edges off immediately. And then, of course, it overflows. We're going to have a lot of stuff, like, solidifying. Up here in the air, we just have this big old hole in the ground. I could probably go over here and unlock these now. And if we go back down to this layer and unpause, it'd do this. We now have an open hole into the magma sea. Would you look at that? Right? Isn't it? Isn't it just beautiful? Now we just gotta do it a second time. So I'm just going to unforbid all of this. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up. By up, I mean up, up. Up, and a wee to here. Because we're going to do this a second time. Go up to here. Another way down. Oh, it'll have plenty of foreseen repercussions. I'm well aware of the repercussions that I'm causing. But it'll be entertaining. Also, we're in an ad break now. What happens when you drop stuff like this? Well, I'm connecting cavern layers together, basically. What are we playing at the moment? This would definitely be Dwarf Fortress, Heather. Definitely Dwarf Fort. Could also be Minecraft, but definitely Dwarf Fort. Does the falling stone destroy stuff? Oh, absolutely. You want to, like, kill a lot of things? Drop rocks on it. The conses won't quench? What? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Learning how to drop things on things is like the key to getting good at Dwarf Fort. Also, Sentient Potato, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Oh, consequences. Got it. These conses certainly won't quench. Okay, no, I see what you're saying now. I understand what is being stated. So I'm going to be digging directly through an aquifer too, which is going to start leaking, which is fine. We're also going to be digging directly through this cavern layer here, so I'll need to, you know, do something with that, probably. Oh, wow, there is also just straight up cave spider silk webs there. I could have just used that one. So yeah, it's going to take a while for my miners to get through it all, but it won't take too long, I don't think. Greg tech is terrifying? Why is my tech terrifying? What makes you say that? Oh, man, I could go all the way from the surface. I should just do that, shouldn't I? I'm just scared I'm going to get exploding trees. It's fine. Okay, so the dirty secret is I'm wasting a fuckload of time and should be doing other things. So let's go check in on this. Okay, you. Okay, you're gonna go around here, into here, which is gonna go down into here. So thus we need to block this. Then you're gonna go here, down into here, which is gonna go down to here. So thus I need to block this. Then you're gonna go all the way around here and then all the way up to here. And then you need to be pulled. What are exploding trees? There's a bug in the game right now where if you remove the surface layer there is a chance that trees still grow there, which results in trees appearing and then spontaneously exploding, which isn't bad. It just, you get notifications saying something has collapsed on the surface and it can kill dwarves if they happen to be standing near it. So it's kind of sketchy, I guess. It's maybe the best way of putting it. And you, right here, this can go away currently because I need to dig through here and block this off. This right here needs to be dug out as well. So actually, you know what would probably be faster? Got this problem where all of my dwarves are digging. So because they're all digging, it's going to take them a while. Starting to dig through the aquifer. But they should be getting... Should be standing near a waterfall, though. I think. This dwarf really wants some martial training. Rimtar! I'm going to remove you from this job. I'm going to give it to you. You're going to be put in the military, because you seem to really want that job. Good luck. It's real Skaven stuff. Exploding trees. I know very little about the Skaven. There's also shit tons of magnetite in this, too. Let's just follow the dwarf who's doing all this. And most of these dwarves relieved being near a waterfall. Ain't that lovely? Right, Ratosaurus. Gotcha. Also looks like I'm $1 away from my monthly minimum. Just saying. Or my daily minimum, not monthly. $1. Composed of, I beg your pardon? Wow, okay. The Forgotten Beast Aril, Kudisturem, Amas Tobot has come. A quadruped composed of brass. That is fucking horrific. It has 3 long hanging tails and it undulates rhythmically beware its webs. Why does it have to be webs? Why is it webs? All right, well, I'm going to turn all of this on. I'm going to go here. No, I'm going to go here. Pause these 3 jobs. Unlock this door. I'm going to go here. Make all of those into blueprints. And then I'm going to follow the creature and see where it goes. And also, actually, I'm going to go up to here. I'm going to add this to the burrow real quick. I'm going to go door, 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 door. I'll try that. And also door. Where's this brass monstrosity? The depths of authority checks out. Killed a troll and spot the demons. The skull monster. Including the cobwebs, Hog Jockey? Basically rip? No. No, I mean, we can kill it. It'll just do a lot of damage. Actually wonder. I don't have any bolts made. It's also going to take it a while to get to my fort. Once it's in the stairwells, though, it's going to move very quickly. It also currently just walked right past where my fort is. So not necessarily rip just yet. Oh, also, I'm just going to make this stuff invisible because it's stuck in the walls anyway. And Nazaru has become a YouTube member. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Our needed 15. Yep, that's good. Whatever. Let's choose whatever's closest. There's also a singular serpent man who's running around babbling who's dehydrated. But you're underwater. Why? Why is that a problem? Okay, it's probably coming for us now. Peasant if available? Can you give me a... sure. Let's give you a pleasant peasant. I'd give you the one that's making an artifact, but they may be about to die. Oh, you need cut gems. Do you want the one that's about to make an artifact, or do you want somebody else? Seems cool? Okay. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and likes a little excitement now and then. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he becomes very rigid when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and dreams of crafting a masterwork. He personally likes wood, rose gold, and wax opal, giant raccoon bone and pigtail fabric, bolts and menacing spikes, turkeys for their snood, and red-winged blackbird men for their coloration. The words of the beige diamonds and the sight of the Tenribus veneration, impossible prefers to consume radish wine and can't stand worms. Welcome to the fort. You're married to Kelob Kalalalath, and you've got quite a big family, including Urist Games, who was your niece, who mysteriously disappeared in a fortress created by people who didn't seem to care about ghosts. And your cousin is Emperor Iron. Welcome to the fort. Also, YouTube folks, can I get just go click the heart button a bunch of times. And maybe don't forget to like the stream if you haven't yet, because of the first YouTube member of the stream. First YouTube member of the last couple of streams, actually. This game is bamboozling for a newcomer. Yeah, I've been told this. Where's that beastie at? The thing is, it is still pretty far away. Okay, I'm gonna be ballsy, chat. I'm gonna be ballsy. This may not be very smart. But sometimes you gotta do things for the fun of it and the excitement, not necessarily the smarts. Let's also jump back up to here. Pause game for a second. And just cut 2 gems. Okay. Keen Cook is one of the many brave dwarves volunteering to wall off the cavern lair. You beg on the monster? You mean you're betting on the monster? I mean, it's pretty far away still. Like, it could go either way. But it is pretty far away. Oopsies. No, it's just a quadruped that's made of brass that also shoots webs. So thankfully it does not fly. Okay, so I just need to put one there and one there. That's all that we have left. It's one. Don't even know where it went right now. It just doesn't seem super interested in coming to us. Oh, it's actually off screen currently. It's hiding. I mean, we're still going to have to find it, locate it, and deal with it, but I think I can disable the burrow. Woof. Okay. Grab the cut gems that it needed. UGDPY is going to make his artifact. And I think the creature, at least for now, is defeated. UGDPY, the peasant has created a Niftiminar, a sandstone earring, and offers it to the fortress, to the storm of artifacts. This is a sandstone earring. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion sandstone cabochons and encrusted with bands of rectangular sandstone cabochons. And of course, sheep leather and crundlebone. On the item is an image of paddle clasps, the rusted metal training spear, and tiger eye. I think that should go to our mayor. Also, we have a new mayor, and I have to give them their office. Because it was Statue Sounds who was the mayor, but now it's Id who's the mayor. So, welcome to the realm of the offices. You also want a bismuth bronze cabinet. Do I not have bismuth bronze? Well, I don't know if I can make a bismuth bronze cabinet, but... yeah, that was found in Ghost Candy. Which was very funny to get a training spear made of metal. It's like, isn't that just a spear? But I was amused by it. All right, so now that all of this is done, oh. Oh, it's because this is disengaged. So it all spun for a second, I guess. Or maybe, no, it's just the aquifer filling. But this getting pulled should start pumping. Because it doesn't really have much water to pump. So we do know that this works. So I can now do that. And then I can go over here. I can channel through all this. You know, now that I think about it, actually, I should definitely dig this out. It's easy to do, won't take long. But I should have more access down here. Also need to check in on those stairs. Training weapons are made of wood, but that was a godly artifact from the underground. So it was a unique case. What's up, Dozam? Is this going to be a long-form fort instead of a quick one? If so, do you intend on having any bards show up? It's very unlikely I will let any bards show up. I don't know what you mean by long-form versus quick. My forts are all exactly as long as they need to be, which is, i.e., I play until I get bored. I kind of just realized I sort of screwed this up a little bit. Yeah, it's fine. Got that sorted. This right here can all just be filled in. This right here can just be filled in. And then it's just a matter of waiting for the last of these. But gremlin, really? Where did that little bastard go? Where are you running off to? Grammy McGreen? Grammy McLin, maybe? Goes off this way. I'm gonna have to trap some gremlins. You can't just domesticate it. That's cheating. Like, or without cheating. Like, that's not how the game works. But I can set up a spot to domesticate it. Which, damn right, we'll do that. I would greatly like to domesticate it, but in order to do that, I need it to come back, which is going to require a lot of luck. But I can try. But we'll set a trap. What do gremlins actually do? They unlock doors and pull levers at random. Cause general bedlam and mischief. I'm going to have to set up a couple traps, probably. in order to actually pull this off. And also up here, I'm going to need to do this. And then let's also go over to here. Change standard selections to blueprints. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Oh well, it's fine. I kind of should probably finish doing this first anyway. So that's all good to go. Let's channel this down. But it's not possible to cage trap them without doing some shenanigans, so I have to do some shenanigans to be able to cage trap them. The gremlins, that is. So I'm now preparing things that could theoretically cage trap a gremlin. Here comes the water. So this will fill all the way up to here. But it's going to take a little bit. And then this, right here, I'm going to seal off. I wonder, is the water coming in? Okay, the water's leaving there. It might actually not be a bad idea to seal this off, to block this, so that all the water flows this way. Might not be a bad idea. Okay, see, it's filling up. So as the water pump is filling up slowly from the creek, it will fill up over these layers. I also just realized it's actually going to also fill directly into the fort, sort of, but it's fine. It's actually not that big of a deal. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to pull this, because the water has filled up. So now it's just going to start doing this. I'm pumping the water over here into this reservoir. And slowly and steadily increasing the amount of water in this reservoir. Oh, pfft. I feel really dumb right now. So, you guys see the problem here? What's the problem? What are the odds? My math was slightly off. It needs 100 power, not 101 power. God damn it. I was so close. Ay, ay, ay. Actually, you know what? Let's not do it this way. Let's do it this way. Also, an ad starts in 45 seconds. So I will pause the game when the ad hits so you won't miss anything. 2 will be plenty. Grr. It's almost 1 a.m. Keep Dwarfing. Be safe, dude. I think that I've managed to pull off a decent amount of shenanigans for the day so far. What do you think, chat? And Will redeem a dwarf when we have a tavern fort or a bard. Oh, you are a bard? All right. Well, I mean, I can assign a dwarf as a bard. I'm kind of not focusing on it. Like, a bard is an assignable task that anybody can do. You just need to have somebody actually assigned to it. That's the, like, asterisk there. Like, I can assign dwarves to be a bard. They just kind of act as a tavern keeper. So that's 2. That's that. The other thing I need to do is pop up here. And then, what's that? Kumquat. Kumquat. Kumquat wood. So this will connect these two together and add another 90 power to it. And not a lot of power use. And that should be enough to power this whole thing. All right, here come the ads, so I will pause. Also, I think we'll play another hour of Dwarf Fort, and then we're gonna go start another Caves of Cud run, if that works for you guys. Because I am planning on playing some Cud today. Because I know a lot of you have been playing Cud recently. Man, I just looked at my VODs channel, and I mentioned Starfleet 2 Corellan Commander, a video game, during a VOD that I just uploaded. And somebody just commented, "Thanks for the heads up on Starfleet 2 Corellan Commander. I have never seen that, and it looks like an evolution of an old classic Star Trek game I played on PC in the late 70s at Photolab that my uncle worked at." Don't you just love how oddly specific people's taste in video games can be? Also, apparently, someone says the lack of subs that I have is a crime on YouTube, so that's cool. Got Caves of Cud yesterday, and you want to watch and learn more about it, Lamau? Okay, fair enough. I mean, we're just going to be doing Chimera builds. I want to try and make a Chimera build work. The start of that build was fun, so. You should get it now. You thought about it a year ago? I mean, it's about to leave early access, right? So now this sucker is powered, and now it's filling. After a few false starts, we are now powered. Although, you know, it's going to take a little bit to fill the first time. But it'll get there. Because this drains down over to here and fills up to here. So this fills up and then is just getting pumped up as it fills up. Right? Not really seeing it get pumped up, so now I'm kind of concerned that it's not, but it looks like it is. Also bring more over from over here. Which would be pretty easy to do. Actually, yeah, why not? Why don't we do that? Change standard selections to blueprints. Other way around. Blueprints to standard selections. It's time to get ready for another round of shenanigans. Yep, looks like I need more water flow. We're going to need more water flow. What's the main purpose for that water? Drowning my enemies. Can't really burn my enemies, but drowning my enemies is the purpose of that water. It's like a little bit perplexed by this. It's like not filling fast enough to fill it all. It's very odd. Like if I pull this lever again, what happens? Does it fill up? Because it should. No, I don't need to obsidian cast them. We're just going to drown them. I mean, I could bring lava up as well, but this will make it easier. What? Why in the world are you not doing what you're supposed to be doing? Like, it stopped filling. That's interesting. I wonder if it's because of the aquifer here. Huh. Because it filled all the way up the first time. Therefore, it's gotten no migrants in 3 seasons. Sounds like something's wrong. I hope you can fix it. Yeah, all right. Well, I'll just bring water from up here then. And I will dig down to here from up here. Except I'm going to need to probably lower the priorities on a lot of these. Where are we at, though? Slowly digging. Slowly digging. Let's just go down to priority 2 area, which is a little further down. Change selected selections to blueprints. So from here all the way up. Whoops. So we'll start off with the lower sections. The rest is kind of far. Could be it. Could also be trading. If traders are stuck on your map, you won't get migrants. So if there's a merchant on your map, try deconstructing and reconstructing your trade depot. But outside of that, I'm not too sure. Some migrants have arrived. Which increases my population. I should really make my my dormitory a bit bigger. Yeah, it's got to be something with the aquifer fucking with it. Keen Cook has been missing for a week. Huh. I wonder if somebody got hit in the head with a rock. But it appears we have lost a dwarf somewhere. Rest in peace, Keen Cook. Can I get some Fs in the chat, please? Well, regardless of whatever is causing the issues, I hope that the issues go away. Because it's always kind of annoying to have to deal with issues.
Bring out your dead!
Maybe not tunnel tube. Let's just use sand. Sandstone. And ideally, this won't give anything access to my fort. At least, it shouldn't. Well, actually, no, it does. I also definitely should not do this yet, because this will flood my fort. Or it'll flood part of my fort, anyway. Let's also build a bridge across this. Except for at the end here. Yeah, because I need that done. Then this done. Cut off because of a mountain range. If you are cut off because of, if you are completely cut off and you only got the initial 3, then yeah, it's because you're inaccessible. Because there might be cave access, but there has to actually physically be caves in the map for them to be able to access you. Otherwise, you're just in a strange, faraway, secluded place. Tisk, I kind of screwed this up, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Because I need a wall piece right here as well. I did a lot of things just now in this fort without really thinking too much about it, so... Not really thinking too much about it is generally the best way possible to absolutely destroy your fort. Comes my miner. Yeah, that's one of the weirdest changes to me about this version of the game is the fact that this version of the game requires dwarves to have a pickaxe in order to deconstruct things. It's not bizarre, but it's just so different from older versions. Okay. Now that I've done that, I can go back to this. Move standard selections to blueprints, blueprints to standard selections. And the Fragrant Doctrine now has many worshippers in Cloudthunder and requires a temple and a priest. Okay, so I need to make a church. We'll just leave that up there so I don't miss it or don't forget about it. Let's go down here and grab a slab. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, I see why. And we're out of booze. Once again, out of booze. It's like an annual thing at this point that I run out of booze. Oh shit, we found Keen Cook. Yep. It appears that our dwarf friend here, Keen Cook, got smacked in the head with a boulder. Well, that sucks. F's for Keen Cook. On the bright side, we found them. I'm actually not entirely certain how that one happened, but sometimes I can just look at them and be like, well, I know how you died. Lanix would like to dwarf themselves. Chat, do we dwarf Lanix? Yes or no? You guys get to vote on this. Good news is these dwarves do get to be content near waterfalls. It has to be overwhelming. Yes or no? No problem, David. Glad they're helpful. Bah! It's a lot of troglodytes. Trogloderps trying to escape the fortress. Do not permit such a thing. It appears that they are now all dead. Or mostly all dead. That was over quick. It's time to get back to training there, dwarves. Except for the top side, you guys just go do whatever. Okay, well. Troglodytes spotted. Man, I honestly, I maintain, I don't know how popular of an opinion this is at this point, but Dwarf Fortress is a much better game if you just turn off the cavern creatures. It's a much better game with the cavern creatures disabled. What's the name of the Discord server? My Discord server? The join code's just blind, or !Discord, or click on the big square underneath the stream that says Discord. Hey chat, there's like 200 of you watching. Like 10 people have said yes. Are we positive that we want to give Lanix a dwarf? Absolutely positive. Because I'm not like getting any kind of real one way or another feeling here. All right, so then in that case, what kind of dwarf are we giving? Where's the square? Beneath the stream? It says Discord on it? Or, like I said, type in !Discord. You could also use the join code BLIND, B-L-I-N-D. Can you be in the military? I don't know. That's not up to you. Invite invalid. Uh-oh. Well, maybe you're just invalid. Let me double check that. Because it's a non-expiring invite code. Or it should be. It's not like I update it ever. It is not, in fact, invalid, so I don't know what the heck you're clicking, but it's not the right thing. So that's good. This right here should also be good. And now I can go over here and dig through this. The link you see is that. That's not the link. I'm trying to figure out where you guys are even getting that link. Oh, because you're talking about the community Discord. That's the link you're getting, which also isn't out of date on my end either, but you're not clicking on the image. Y'all are doing it wrong. I stand by myself. You have to click on the actual picture, the image, not the link beneath. I can fix that later though. Time to sleep? Sleep good. No, you didn't. The image literally links to discord.gg/blind. So you clearly didn't click the image. Because that's the only thing that it's linking to. Which can't be invalid because that's literally not possible. But whatever. To join my Discord, you go to my stream, you scroll down, and you click this, which gives you an invite to my Discord. That's it. It's literally the link that the bot puts in chat. So I don't know how to help you guys because it's a non-issue. But I give up. Worked fine for you, now you're in the Discord. Exactly. See, like, Magic Vex gets it. Yeah, I'm not sure why this area down here is, like, refusing to fill. I'll have to figure that out later, but it doesn't work. This seems to be, like, a tech support problem on your end. I don't know how to help you. Because it seems to be working for everybody else who's clicked it. Regardless, there's nothing for me to fix because it's not broken. Maybe they don't have Discord open? And it asks you if you want to launch Discord. With the 1,000+ population of Goblin Fortress, are they meant to be immune? They're not necessarily entirely goblins. You need very good soldiers, basically. Is the only actual answer I can really give you. Anyway, this sucker's filling up now. As it bloody well should be. I mean, the solution is literally click on the link in chat. That is the solution. Like if for some reason you're not able to find the right link, just click on the link in chat. It's literally in the chat. It's been linked multiple times. It's this. It's right there. Just that. Jeepers creepers, mate. I don't know what else to tell you. It's right there. That's all you gotta do. It's very simple. Just making sure this ain't leaking anywhere. And if that link doesn't work for you, that's the only link I got. Corellia, it's not my fault. This is how you join a Discord. You click the Discord join link. Are you banned in my Discord? Like, I give up. If you can't join the Discord, you can't join the Discord. You can use the join code blind. Go to your open up Discord and go to the plus button at the top of the servers list and type in BLIND. Press enter, and that will get you in the Discord. If that doesn't get you in the Discord, then you must have been banned from my Discord at some point. Because that's the only other explanation. Quite literally. That is the only other explanation. And I give up. Can't help you. It's a mystery. It's unsolvable, clearly. This is the first time I've ever heard of this, Eldritch. Haven't ever been to that server? Well, guess you're never joining the Discord then. I give up. This is a bunch of very unnecessary tech support, I suppose. Sounds like you need to reach out to Discord support. That's infuriating. Because it very clearly works. Anyway, chat, can we talk about literally anything else? See? Bob Jacko gets it. I think this is actually just a very elaborate strategy to make other people test it to see if it works and join my Discord server, so thank you. You audibly laughed at this whole thing. I mean, it is oddly funny, but also exceptionally frustrating. All right, let's pull this lever and see if this sucker works. Also, another artifact has begun, which is a weaponsmith. When troubleshooting, we call this error originates at a level above user interface, I suppose. It's gotten a few people to join the Discord. I mean, hey, I guess I win then. But it kind of sucks. I don't really know what else to say. All right. One more spot to do, and then we can test this. You guys want to see if my water ejection system works? It's probably actually in Discord's offices, not necessarily in chair, but there's also an elk bird in my fort. Please kill elk bird, thanks. Random dead elk bird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to release all of the water out this way. This should work. It's also going to put mud everywhere, so I'm going to need to figure out some way of cleaning up the mud, if we care. I don't really care. So water should just shoot through there. I call that a success. Excellent. Let the water cannon kick it. It's going to take a little bit to drain, but not bad. It also drained literally all of this water all at once. And all of this water. So, yeah. That worked pretty well. Probably just slap your skin off. I've seen creatures die because of the impact of water pressure of them colliding with a wall. Also, Dwarf redemptions are up. What was that large brown thing floating away with the water? There was a large brown thing floating away with the water? I don't know. Maybe a boulder? I didn't see anything. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not sure. I am, in fact, not sure. Maybe a log? Don't really see anything. Jasper's given birth to a boy. How adorable. And there's a gap in the mountains? That's odd. Well, I have a question. Hover your mouse over every single one of your friendly civilization locations. Another artifact. Item, the weaponsmith, has created a Sidastod, a bronze spear, and offers it to the storm of artifacts. Let's get them back to training. We're also in a ad, so I will wait. I will just assign it to a dwarf. So Emperor Iron gets a bronze spear. Right there. Oh, I thought there was like a corpse or something in there, Chaucer. I completely went over my head that was a poop joke. Poor battery? Yeah, poor phone battery. Any... It's not bad. I mean, a bronze spear is pretty solid. Like, I've got nothing against a bronze spear. That's for sure.
Months can't be right.
I mean, it's 44 months. Caleb, I hope you're doing well, man. It's a bloody long time, let me tell you. This right here is a bronze spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Checking again around of beers. It is encrusted with baguette cut tiger eye and decorated with naff and cotton and encircled with bands of reindeer leather. This object is, of course, adorned with hanging rings of bronze and menaces with spikes of diorite and crundlebone. On the item is an image of Sazir Whiptake, the dwarf, in Cave Spider Silk. Welcome to the fort. And Emperor Iron comes and collects his new weapon. And I need to make a temple. That's what I need to do. As all this nonsense drains out. You're enjoying work and starting to meet people in Berlin? Oh, that's cool. I remember you saying that you were moving, so I gather you moved to Berlin. Rumors say that you're reclaiming a lot of sites too? Okay, hold on, let me scroll up. There are artifacts, a huge amount in them. No, does it say it's accessible from your location? It'll say at the very top. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I will show you what I mean. Because, like, you can actually determine if you're inaccessible. What I did the... Yeah, there we go, it's gone. Okay, so if you go to the overworld, right? Like, this is my faction, right? It says 3 days travel right beneath the Adorable Hills, which is a funny name. Up here, this is all like 6 days travel, 5 days travel. This is all inaccessible from your location. It says that at the top, right? Whereas this is 5 days travel. This is inaccessible from your location. So up at the top there, it'll say inaccessible from your location. 2 days travel or less. Okay, so then they can't, then something is killing them, or you don't have a good enough relation with them for them to send you migrants. Or you have a population limit set. It's 100% not that they can't get to you, because they absolutely can. If that is the case. So they can get to you. So it's not a matter of them not being able to get to you. It's just simply a matter of them... oh, man. I screwed up the shape of this. Welp. Oh, no, I didn't. Staircase in an aquifer? Oh, this is going to go all the way down to the magma sea, is the plan of this. Hmm. Well, they already said that it's not a Civil War glitch, right? Because, like, if it was Civil War, it would say they export Terran Vengeance, and they're saying that it's not exporting Terran Vengeance. So, yeah, I don't know. They are accessible. There is something going on, though, and I don't know. There is no real way to say. Okay, so let's close this door and open this door. And just let these elk birds out. There you go. Certainly don't seem to be able to butcher the elk bird, but that's okay. I think what I'm going to have to do here is if I want to be able to get rid of all this mud, I'm just going to have to put a gigantuan drawbridge here. Just a flat one. Like a retracting one, basically. It's probably the only way that I could realistically get rid of that. I also really need to make that temple, or I'm going to have some really upset dwarves in a few minutes. So let's go up to here and just go all the way around here and kerplunk it back there. That's, I think, what we'll do. So it's the Fragrant Doctrine. What? Oh. There's a hole here. So this has kind of caused an accidental extra waterfall. I'm kind of here for it. Ha! It wasn't on my end. Yay! Glad it worked, though. I was very worried that I had something screwed up, but like... That's kind of cool looking, but I think I'm still going to plug it up. So I don't want to limit my pressure accidentally. And this might be doing that. Surely it won't be a problem in the future. I mean, it probably won't be, but it's most likely totally fine. Most likely. Let's do sand. Let's do sand. Let's do sand. Let's do sandstone. I'm gonna have to make more sandstone blocks. Also a little worried that all this construction is gonna piss off the local wildlife, but why are you still there, body? Is my refuse pile full? I refuse to believe it, but it seems that this pile is full. Oh, hey, I caught an elk bird in a cage. Well, I'll train it and eat it. Also, that forgotten beast is back on screen somewhere. Oh, shit. Welp. I kind of done did a fuck up. I'm going to have to drain a bunch of water out of this. Because it's kind of filled up with water. Because I took too long to plug the aquifers, so... Welp. Alright, well that's good to know. Well, we'll have to do this one as well. Oh, trust me, there's lots of shenanigans right now. Let's actually just do both sides. It's totally fine. It's probably right down to there, right? Yep. Speaking of shenanigans... So it's what, 1, 2, 3 levels? Okay, well at least it's draining out here. We're flooding the caverns again. This is fine. Let's just go this way. This might drown somebody? But here's hoping it doesn't. Although maybe it would actually be smarter instead of going that way to go in from underneath. Yeah, let's go in from underneath. Let's follow the dwarf that's carving this staircase. Let's just go right up to here and we'll do this last. Yeah, there's no way really to tell, not without Legends Viewer, which isn't a tool that we have access to anymore. I mean, you could go look at Legends and see what's happening to the trade caravan. Another thing that you could do as well is you could check and see if the outpost liaison is changing constantly. Like if you're getting a new outpost liaison every year, then they're dying. So if they're getting ambushed somewhere, that's always a possibility. Also, we're $18 ahead of my daily minimum, so yay! Thank you, chat. Okay. So now that's too wide. The thing is, though, you are no longer drowning. So Havoc drowned briefly and is now simply moving downstairs slowly. Phew. Havoc drowned briefly and got a very quick swimming lesson, which is now thankfully over, which means all that water should just drain out. It seems like it already has drained out. Well, that was fast. Oh, no, he went up and through it. No, it hasn't already drained out, but he did go up and through it, so. Well, that's good, I guess. And this is also very damaging for the frame rate because dwarves are now stuck trying to get through this water. As this water drains out, it'll come back. Give it a sec. See? It's going back up. Cavern has collapsed? Oh. Also because, well, it's going straight down into here. Well, I guess we'll fix that problem when we get to it, hey? It's okay. We'll be dropping this whole thing into there, so. The good news is the frame rate's back, so. And also, we should be able to do another big drop. You guys enjoyed the last big drop, yeah? You guys want to do a second one? Because all the way up to here. I can deal with most of this aquifer by doing this. Well, I mean, we got a little bit more to go before I can nuke it, but yes. We'll get there. Also, I lied. I need to go 2 higher. Okay, so these trees will all get cut down. This in here can ramp up. Let's fuck the safety. Dwarves are all running around down here in this nightmare mess. Draining stuff. Please don't drown here. Napalm, you got one job here. Don't drown. Yep. Seem to be doing an all right job of that. Can you use animals as bait for what? What, what's it called? The Forgotten Beast? I mean, I don't need access to that layer. It's all water anyway. No, probably what I would do is I'd use a pig or something and dig a separate entryway for it is probably what I would do if I wanted to catch it. We might. I mean, it's be a really easy source of webs, which there's nothing wrong with that. So because it's an easy source of webs, like, There's a very real possibility we could do that. But that's not a priority right now. There's a giant rat in my fort. This is going to be a corner temple. There's also a starving water buffalo right there. And let's eat that elk bird.
Crypt beer, hey ho, crypty.
What's up, dude? Rolf, thank you very much for the 28th month. Big thank you. Much appreciated. Need to block that off. Okay. And that's a streak, Bob. Just continue streaking through chat at your leisure. Just an elk bird running into the base. Anyway. Let's just go up to here and make rock blocks. Just do like 800. It's a good chunk. Because we are running low on them. And this over here. It's continuing to do its thing. Let's see, what are we missing? Okay, it appears that we have dug everything that we need to dig, although, for some reason, they don't want to go all the way up to the surface. Which is very unfortunate, if you ask me, so I'm going to go from the surface down then. And then the last thing I need to do me? What? I mean, I don't know what makes you think that, but that's since I started using this bot, which I think was 2016 was when this bot started getting used. I can't remember when OnkBot was created, but it was originally OnkBot, and then it went from being OnkBot to being a different bot. But yes, I have a lot of hours. I've been doing this for a very, 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 very long time. So now I need to be kind of cautious about something. So if I just finish doing this the way that I'm starting to do it, this will all just collapse. Which, well, that would be very funny. It's maybe not the best for my dwarves' health. So I will have to hold off at a point. Let's also hope that nobody gets squished by a falling rock. Which, you know, happens to the best of us. Okay, so let's go up to... Basically right there. So I need these two to get placed. Then I need to put a support right there. And that's what we'll hook up to. Today I come home and your cat is watching you with full attention. There was a giant rat on screen maybe 10 minutes ago, so that might have something to do with it. But I'm glad that I can entertain our feline friends. So, this is going to keep draining. Which, I'll be completely honest, wasn't something I really thought through. So I guess the way to do this, then, would be just dig this out. Except go out one further. Wall it in and then smooth it.
Today's message is brought to you by Panic.
Panic? You mean the people who published Untitled Goose Game? It's a very Canadian message of you, sir. Thank you very much for the, But I still maintain that is the most Canadian thing I've heard her say in a while. All right, let's try that. Except I kind of fucked up a little bit. Hope everyone's doing better than you. I wouldn't keep your hopes up on that one, but people are doing all right at the very least. It's difficult times, turns out. So I wonder, is that bottom area just like completely filled with water now? Yeah, kind of. All right. An ad break is coming, but I'm just going to do something real quick. Iron pick. 40. Charcoal. 40. I'm going to make a bunch of iron picks and charcoal because I need more miners. Specifically, I need a bunch of miners. Because currently, maybe not 40 miners, but I do definitely need miners. Because I got a lot of work that needs to be dealt with right here. Keep getting text messages. Related to an appointment that I have to go to. And it's not annoying, but slightly stressful. Well, suffering together, it's awesome. Anyway, how's your day? Well, float too. It's kind of how I feel right now, to be honest. Okay, this right here needs some temporary flooring. The problem is now this is eating into my caves of cud time. Grr. Could just use sandstone boulders, though. Let's check you. Okay, well, we're getting more miners now, so that's good. Which means the actual speed of mining should speed up, although this place is becoming very dangerous because just like boulders are falling all around the edges of this, all the way down, basically. This is just getting exponentially more dangerous as time goes on. Baby was born. Kib, the farmer's given birth to a girl. Hey, Chad, speaking of suffering, hope you're doing okay out there. You been playing any cool video games lately? Is anybody else, like, mildly amazed that BioWare put out a video game and it's not getting absolutely panned and could certainly be getting better reviews, but also definitely could be getting significantly worse reviews? I'm just kind of impressed that they made a game that works. I know that that's like a very low bar, but I'm still just kind of impressed that they made a game that works. Path of Acra, that's a video game. Yeah, that's a hell of a video game there, man. Study for months game? Studying for? Question mark? You caught a dragon in your world? What should you do with her? Can you breed her? If you have a male dragon, you could breed her, sure. You can train them, but you can't fully tame them unless you have babies. You can make a really nifty fire turret. That's usually what I end up doing. Locking them in a little room, like, with, they will just demolish all of the, what's the word? Drawbridges or anything you put in front of it, but you can make a little, like, turret that's, like, not accessible from anywhere but, you know, where the baddies run into it, and then just laugh maniacally as the baddies kill it. That's always good fun. Or the baddies get killed by it, rather. The laughing maniacally part is fun. It's the best part. You go, I have a dragon and you don't. Get deadified. Also, those are floors, not walls. I'd say 75% of the enjoyment you get from this game is laughing maniacally. Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I do tend to agree. Is it better to make bedrooms or dorms? Bedrooms will make your dwarves happier. Dorms are kind of like a halfway point between actually giving bedrooms. Bedrooms also, if they have cabinets and chests in them, items dwarves claim can be stored in those. So if you, or when you have to make new clothing for your dwarves, the dwarves will be able to put the clothing that they've decided that they want to keep as their own in those, and that makes them happy. What? Remember how I said that, like, people may die of rocks hitting them in the head? Well, yeah, that. Although something collapsed. Oh, I see what happened. You know, actually, I don't even need to do this. So I just had a bunch of dwarves fall and go splat. It's very unfortunate. I'm going to have to make some tombs now. Because that was, what, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Such a shame. Not all of us can live. But that's a sacrifice that we must be willing to make. Medieval 2? Medieval 2, good taste. Love me some Medieval 2. Too Tall Dad, thank you very much for gifting 10 subscriptions. Means a lot, mate. Like, it really does. That's a lot of subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, dude. Massive round of beers, chat. Thank you very much. I also appear to have 2 seriously injured dwarves, which means I need to go... Do I have a hospital? That's what I need to do. I do not. So I will put a meeting area right here and call it a hospital. I'm going to go here because I already made a traction bench because I'm big brain smart. Put those in there and put that right there. Go here and click this. Go, Rupert, you can be a doctor. You can be a diagnoser, Edzul. Aerith, you can be a surgeon. And almost you can be a bone doctor. Up here, this needs to be a temple. I also have an artifact that's happening in the background, which I should check on momentarily. This needs to be smoothed. This needs to be a temple. The fragrant doctrine of the god of beauty. It's not high enough value yet, so we'll have to increase the value. We'll also just do a bunch of engraving. That should satisfy a lot of those needs. Over here, you. I'm using closest material. That's not a good idea. It is likely, however, they'll just be using boulders, but I should not do that way. Same with this. Same with that. Same with this. Same with that. Another cavern's collapsed. Another dwarf has been found dead. When massive amounts of digging shenanigans is happening, some dwarves are just going to cease existing. And while that is very unfortunate... Was that 4 more dwarves dead? Oh no, I lost Labash, who wanted a rank in society. That's a shame. That was a cool dwarf. Raiding other people's bases. I did a series raiding other people's bases, and I've stated publicly many times that I'm not going to do that again. I'm good. Thank you. I don't like making content that requires other people to do unpaid labor. That's a very bad idea. For both the quality of the content, the consistency of the content, and my sanity. Because then people get upset when you don't cover their forts, etc. I did it for over a year. It was terribly viewed by the end. I never enjoyed making it, and so I have zero intent on ever doing it again. Apologies, but it's just not going to happen. All right, let's go to here. And plop that down. It was literally something I did purely because people asked me to do it, not because I wanted to do it. And I remember being a little bit apprehensive to the idea at the beginning, and it honestly is one of my biggest regrets in content, is making that series, but it is what it is. Okay, so where are the risk zones here? Seems like that's it for the risk zones. How about, here's an idea, Shroom Hat. How about I play the fortresses that I make, you play the fortresses that you make, and we tell each other stories from them. And I don't have to then, like I said a second ago, make content that depends on humans that are not me to work. If you would like to make a video of you reclaiming your failed miserable fortress, then make a video of you reclaiming your failed miserable fortress. I think that's the best idea. User-submitted content fucking sucks to make content out of. And it's just the way it is. I'm not going to do that again. I tried my damnedest. People really, really wanted me to. They begged me to. They continued to ask me to. It's not something I'm ever going to do again. Outside of extreme circumstances, which would probably include me losing my mind. So no. Mums carry their babies for the first year, so that would be on the Fortress Overseer for assigning the mother to carry a pickaxe and do a mining job whilst also having a baby. That would be on the creator of the fortress, so that would be on you then, probably. I once saw a dwarf running down a pretty open staircase, jump over a massive gap down that went down about 70 Z levels to get to their pet cat, and then not be able to jump back, and then try to jump back, and then fail horribly, and then go splat. That was pretty funny. Actually, how many dwarves are resting? Well, not that many. All right, so this right here is now hooked up to this. And I finally have a battle axe, but it's made of tin. The weaponsmith Etir has created a Rekirakir, Bidon Sezit Burr, a tin battle axe. The tin can. And offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. We got another one, chat. Round of beers to that. But it's not great. But hey, at the very least, it's an artifact. Itun, you now get the weapon that you didn't want, but now you get it. And it is a tin battle axe. And your tin battle axe is a tin battle axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval diorite cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk. It is adorned with hanging rings of stibnite and teakwood and menaces with spikes of tin and pigtail. As you go get lunch. It gives you a crazy feeling, a creepy feeling. It's not as bad as the old level up sounds in Caves of Cud, where it was like almost indistinguishable from the you just died sound.
One year of consistency in my life, blind stare.
Happy to help you be consistent with something. Shame it's not something useful, but hey. It is the best I can do. Let's just smooth this. So Stealth, thank you very much for that 1 year of consistency. I'd say here's to another year, but I'm never going to try and be the one to hedge my bets. Instead, I'll just simply say thank you. Here's to many more, potentially. Okay, let's go up to here, because I think it was this one, right? Yes. You're going to be linked to this. Okay, well, at least we still have a decent chunk of dwarves digging channels. Because dwarves do one of two things. They pick the metal that they prefer, or they pick the higher value metal. So ideally, they will just simply pick the metal that's higher value. So in most situations, it shouldn't matter. But that's just most situations, not all situations, obviously. Also, chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Stealth CT keeping that sub alive for 14 months? Because 14 months is a long goddamn time. We don't have that much further to go. I really want to get this done today. Certainly, but I would have to go out and get some. I haven't really been attacking anything yet. The caravans have arrived to trade. Yeah, if I was actively going out into the world to do that, then certainly. But I'm not, so... Hmm. Just making sure that nothing is just gonna fall. It shouldn't. Diplomacy. Let's discuss your situation. I don't really want to trade too much, but I'm just going to ask for some wood this time. Something light. Meat and backpacks is what they want. Let's see what I can sell them. So I probably have some damaged clothing that I can sell now because, well, some people just died. So a bunch of clothing just got tossed because of that. Which actually makes things very convenient for me. It's not too many items of clothing either. Then I can also go all the way around here now. You can go right there. That can get unforbidden. Also just go across here. And across here to begin this. This one's getting there. Let's go across the bottom. Let's just remove these. As blocks start getting filled in, let's also just dig out some of that so that they'll just have some blocks close by. I can also request my trader here. Thanks for being around to get us up, Nemalor. This giant staircase thing being made, I'm dropping a lot of rock into the caves. We're making a tube from the surface to the cavern layers. Okay, that's trading. There's also just like, you know, a giant mole in my fort for some reason. Not totally sure why, but hey. Okay, so the way in is right here. So basically from the layer above, I can start going all the way up. I also need to make sure that nothing is connected. This right here needs to be dug out. This needs to be smoothed. Actually, no, it doesn't. It needs to be channeled. It's the water above that's making the walls wet. Okay, this can all go out now. 1, 2. All right. Let's see how many dwarves are digging. Plenty are digging. Where are we at? Working our way down Dwarf. We're about to have Giant Cave-In Calamity Part 2. Giant Cave-In Nightmare Hell. And they continue to go down and go down. You know, it's always kind of amazing to me just how efficient dwarves can be when they're all just working on the same fucking task. It's like we still need to go down here and do this, but that just requires walking over there and digging up through here and dealing with all this. Although I still need to do this. Also going to need to deal with that gremlin at some point. Here comes another giant rat. All right. Oh. This right here needs to go up to there. See where they're digging right now. We're on layer 17. This is a completely unnecessary, just like, I can do this, why not project. So if you're like, why the hell are you doing this? Well, there is no real practical purpose to this. I'm sure I'll figure something out, but for right now, it's literally just, I saw an opportunity to cave a bunch of stuff into the lava sea and just have a hole all the way down to the lava sea because why not? Then that's it. It's that simple. It does look like we're getting close to the bottom of all of this nonsense. Okay, so what I should do probably is just build a tiny little floor piece right there, just so that they can still get to and from. Actually, why don't I just do this? Floor grate, siltstone. All right, so this goes all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to there. Okay, so this is a problem, which needs to be solved. That shouldn't be a problem, but I'll tell them to dig through it anyway, because it's there and I can. This needs to go away. And then I need to remove this. Let's just let them go through here. That should be all of it, pretty much. Now it's just that and that need to go. And then all the way up. An ad's about to hit. I'm just checking this stuff. It's not super interesting. Okay, then I just need to do these last chunks. So, sandstone. Let's just replace these with blocks so that I know that they're not moving. Gotta do these last few pieces. This can be deconstructed. This can be deconstructed. And that's it. So we are done. We are done. I have finished making this monstrous project. And some Forgotten Beast has arrived just to destroy it all. The Forgotten Beast Axtut has arrived. The towering skinless sauropod. It has mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. Well, that's very fortunate. It's on the same layer as a creature that will surely kill it. So, it's not my problem for right now. But it is its problem. And then let's go all the way back down here. What are you doing? You're removing construction? Okay. So then the next thing I do is I channel through these. And then one final looky-see. This worries me. So I'll get rid of that. Although this may actually cave in. If I do that. It's not connected to anything, so I'll just leave it. Although, it should be fine. All right, this right here, you need to go away. And then all the way across here. And that's it. So now we wait for the last of this stuff to get dealt with. And then there's one more thing I gotta check. I love how long it takes for the water to disappear when it's falling. Like, look at this, when one of these gets knocked out. Like, it just fades off into the distance. All right, chat. Can I get a big wall of lava? You know where to find the emote. And YouTube chat, I don't know, just hit the party button a bunch. Got 3 more left. There you go. And I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom. And I'm going to forbid everything that's close by it. And if I go all the way down to the actual bottom, right here, and disable this, channel this up, because that needs to get removed. But in order to channel that up, I need, well, actually no, it'll just fall in. It's fine. The other thing I gotta do temporarily is I gotta forbid everything down here, because it's gonna be really dangerous in a second. And now there's only one thing left to do. And that's pull the lever connected to this sucker. You guys ready for a big cave-in, chat? You are not subscribed? Well, you are now. Thanks for the prime or whatever that be. Did I just miss it? Or is it still... Oh, it's still being held up by something. So I fucked up. It didn't actually cave in. Oh. There's just a whole nother floor there. Well, shit. False alarm. So, in that case, I do have to fix. So you're going to have to give him me a moment. It's okay. It was still full of dwarves apparently, so that's probably for the best. Fortunately, this won't take too long to build. unforbid things. Okay. Get that done. Then I'm gonna go deconstruct that last piece of ground. Zip. Won't it just hit the obsidian? Oh no, well, there's only one layer of, because down at the bottom, right? If I'm not mistaken. I may be very mistaken, but because it's out to here, right? So it will, yeah, it should knock out the edges of the obsidian all the way around. Yeah, so it'll knock out this ramp, basically, all the way around the edge. Collapse this, and the whole thing will cave in. It should. For the Dwarf Crusher 3000. Hopefully there's no dwarfs under the Dwarf Crusher 3000 to get crushed by the Dwarf Crusher 3000, so... Man, that's a very, very, very long distance you need to go there, Dwarf. Okay, how many dwarves are currently digging a channel? Just one. Just Kip. Save? Sure. All right. The beast using deadly dust. The beast took inspiration from my cave-in. I mean, it's possible. Many things are possible. Also, I tab over to YouTube and 69 viewers. Nice. So I have an appointment at 6. I want to play some Caves of Cud, but it's 4:40 now because this took way longer than I was expecting. So I don't know what to do, chat. Why you walk so slow? Oh, there you go. It's now gone. All right. Wrestlers bestowed a name upon a shield, and there you go. You exit. You're going to go clean. That seems very unwise. But you're not hooked up yet, so we'll follow them as they link. So maybe... I'm doing all right. Plant Daddy. You can just call me blind, it's fine. Cut after this? Well, I only have an hour and 20 minutes before I have to end stream. Actually, more like an hour and 10. Because I have an appointment at 6. So I don't know. I may have to do cut tomorrow. Because I don't have any appointments tomorrow. Like, I do want to play CUD, but this project has taken way longer than I was expecting. Because of the, well, should have been expected, but unexpected flooding. Also, this dwarf having a crutch is kind of slowing things down. So I think we'll do Dwarfs and Cud tomorrow instead of today. Because I don't know, playing, like, that'll be enough time for me to make a character, basically. Which isn't exactly a lot of time there. Okay, so I'm not sure if the first pull is going to do this or the second pull. Who's pulling the lever? Oh, crap. Well, there it goes. It's time to look up, chat. Cave-in number 2 is a go. So if I go all the way down, we can see... Oh, man. Did it? Oh, did it actually? Ah, crap. You were correct, chat. We'll have to do a third one. That's kind of amazing. What's it supported on, though? I kind of... Oh, I see. Well, we get to do one more. We get to do one more. I guess that's kind of fun in its own way. Okay, I thought I saw a dwarf, like, in midair. I don't think there's much of a loss there having to do one more. Meh. What a mess. Well, that fell nice and quick. Still getting there. All right, so if we go all the way down, lava's still falling. Oh, that's pretty. Glorious. So I guess what we do now is, because this is all the cavern layer, is I just wait a minute for this to all, like actually, I could even do this an even easier way. Just plop a floor grate right there, basically. So let's dig around this. Plop a floor grate right there. Channel... Because I'm gonna have to go down through here and channel all this up.
Double digits.
Thank you very much for the double digits, mate. But yeah, well, because we're just doing CUD tomorrow, this is fine. How's there no access? You can move diagonally there. Okay, so that's not the problem. All right, well. Just have to wait for a dwarf to come down here and dig. Real Gamer Cow, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. Okay, now they're doing it. Okay, sweet. So basically what I need to do is dig out all this, except one tile in the middle. So in fact, let's actually just dig down. Well, yes, I can actually just dig down.
What are we building tonight?
Just nonsense. I'm not gonna lie, I'm waiting for artifacts. This is literally what I'm doing. Because in order to fight things, I need artifact weapons. So just absolute nonsense is what we are building. Don't know how you dug out something that's already been dug, but... But basically, giant lava piston is what I'm building. Maybe not giant, but lava piston is what I'm building. Whoops. I thought I had something supporting it, did I not? Well, I just unexisted some dwarves. Oops. All right, let's try that again. But this time, let's not, you know, unexist the dwarves. Yeah, let's not do that this time. I guess we'll find out who died in a minute. That's a little awkward. You need why do you need artifact weapons? Exclamation point goal is why we need artifact weapons. DSEC, thank you very much for that Prime subscription for 8 months. But yeah, exclamation point goal will answer your question there. I genuinely wonder how many dwarves that killed. I actually have no idea. Also, Rimtar's on fire, and so's Stukos. There was just a pocket of lava in there, apparently. That's awkward. Well, found one. Stinthad. Stukos, Stinthad, Erush. We found Angular Donut was crushed in that calamity. Oops. Doctor? We need a lot more than a doctor there, mate. Also, don't you already have a dwarf in this fort? I'm like 99% certain you do. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, you do. I will refund that for you. There aren't, fun fact, there are no necromancers in this world. Of course you're not dead. What? All of the deaths that have happened in this fort have happened in the last, like, 90 seconds, more or less. You could ask first, you know? Excuse me. I'm also gonna have to do some other things. You right here, go there. What command was that? It's the channel points redemption to get a dwarf. But it's on cooldown now because they just used it. What's going on here? Just massive amounts of shenanigans. Okay, so now that that's done, I can grab you, link lever. Wow, we already had a ghostly weaponsmith. That was fast. That ghost rose almost as quickly as it died. Kib the miner's been missing for a week. Let's do all this. Let's also claim all of this. Because I need this stuff down here to go away. I mean, I'm not making it specifically to transport lava places. I'm just trying to have a tube that goes from the surface all the way down to the lava sea. That's all I'm trying to do. The fact that there's a piston effect is a side effect and not the primary effect that I'm aiming for. Pyrite cavern floor. Oh, this is gonna cave in, isn't it? Well, that's exciting. We're also quite lucky that there aren't any, like, magma crabs coming out. It's not that complex. In regards to, lava pistons. It's one of those things that people just overthink. Basically, if you drop a floor on... If you drop a floor or a wall piece, like a non-constructed wall piece onto liquids, it teleports the liquids up above it. That's the easy version. But no, I'm not using it to make obsidian or anything. I'm literally just digging a tube down to the lava sea. We're not doing anything fancy. Just fucking around and having some fun. Some clothing fell into there. Let's take that out. I'm shooting for we're talking about lava shotguns. I mean, I've got videos on how to make lava shotguns, or rather, I've got videos that will give you all the information you need to make them. This would be great as a murder pit, maybe a sacrifice pit. It's a bit too small to use as like a proper defense on its own, though. It may end up having something minecarty set with it, though. I think it would be really fun as a minecart trash disposal unit. Because what I could end up using this for, basically, is just like... This might cave in. So... So whoever does this last is very brave because it's more cave in. It's a lot of boulders right there that I'm unexisting. All right, chat. Are you going to cave in? Yep. Wow. And that dwarf survived. Well, that's exciting. All right, so. We are now completely disconnected once again. So it's time to pull the lever. You guys want to do another round of, you know, wall of lava? Here we go. Pull the lever, dwarf. So you're going to drop down a layer. And I'm going to shut my camera off and go all the way down to the bottom. Now it should fall. So there it goes. The whole entire thing. Gone. Kaput. Nada. Invisible. And gone. And there's the lava that got teleported up. And that's a very scared cave swallow, probably. And there's the top of the lava. And that's it. And now, for no particular reason, I have a cavern layer. Actually, I should pump this lava out, shouldn't I? That is also... Whoa. Whoa. Oh, right. It was the lava landing in it. That's what that was, wasn't it? Huh. All right, so now I have this tube that goes more or less directly straight down, all the way. From the surface to the lava sea. Why? I do. I made it myself. It's kind of cool. I don't know what I'm going to do with it now that I have it, but we have it. So there's that. I don't really... I don't really have anything aside from that. It's just, we now have that. What can I do with it? We'll have to figure something out. I'm thinking we use it to pump lava up to the surface, probably. Probably use it as part of a lava reservoir builder. Oh, also we're out of booze. I've been too stuck to this project to even check. But I guess I can use it as, like, food gathering, I guess. Lava go up, lava go down. I could just make a big lava waterfall. That'd be a vanity project and a half, but I could do it. Of lava and magma are blurry here. Well, it depends on where it is in the fall, if it's if that's what we're doing. I mean, I'd have to go through 2 aquifers. I mean, that could be a project for tomorrow. We all need goals. Yeah, totally. We had a goal and it was do dumb thing because it's there and I can. We've done the dumb thing because it was there and we could. And now we need to figure out what to use the dumb thing for. But we did the dumb thing. So, yay. Dumb thing complete. And also, most of these dwarves don't need picks. Fortunately, all the dwarves that were in the hospital are no longer on the hospital. Lava on one side, water on the other. I don't know what you mean. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like the YouTube chat says my forts look like shit compared to yours, and I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this center section and being like, man, this looks like shit. I think it's all a matter of perspective though, when it comes to what looks good and what doesn't. And I think like our own creations always look worse to ourselves because we see the imperfections in them. So like for me, this is not the nicest looking fort I've made, not by a long shot. But because you didn't make it and you didn't witness making it, yeah, I could totally see why you would think that it's better than anything that you've made. Even if to me, it's significantly worse than a lot of things I've made. If that makes any sense. A lava fall with water on one side and separated by a wall. I was gonna say, wouldn't they just like wouldn't it like cause? I mean, I could use it as just a very elaborate, like, front door cleaning device. I mean, these are made of iron. I could actually do that. It would just seal these off every time. No, dwarves do not get any positive thoughts from being near a lava fall. They just catch fire. Unless no thoughts is positive thought, in which case then I guess so. These are all dwarves bringing fruits and veggies back from their pillaging of fruits and veggies. You've had forts where no thoughts are an improvement? I mean, I can see that. Okay, so then in here, well, since we're talking about maybe doing lava things, I'm just going to make this out of iron. And let's just do rock mechanisms. I have gabbro? Oh, only 3. Quartzite is lava safe, right? Let's just do iron mechanisms. Actually, let's do 4. There we go. Finally brewing booze again. Deciding pathfinding. Yeah, but like the fact that entities are not scared of lava mist is really funny because then they go running through it and die. And it makes for very good defenses. Whereas like it wouldn't make for very good defenses if they didn't do that. But it would instead just block pathing, but I don't think there is anything that they run away from. I just wish they'd run away from fire and fear, because if they ran away from fire and fear, then the problems of like fire blocking pathing would be less bad, which are still currently really bad. Also realized I need to drain this for that to go away. Well is operational. So this is what needs to get linked to this. But those are just sandstone. Okay, who's pissed? Butch Cats is pissed. All right. Butch Cats, I will give you a different job then. We'll replace you with Maffle. Because you clearly shouldn't be in the military if you're pissed. Or, more accurately, that pissed. Let's just make 100 charcoal. Because I clearly need it. Well, I mean, they already do run away from dragons and fire-based Forgotten Beasts, because dragons are scary. So they do already run away from them. But they would run away from them more, I guess. Wrestler's named another shield. Check this. Agreed to build a temple. Didn't quite satisfy their needs. Just chuck one of those in there. I don't know what that does, but increases the value by a little bit. Let's just increase that slightly. Also increase the value of this bedroom by quite a bit. Make that dwarf happy. Or, yeah, they run from hostile entity, yeah. Or fire that's coming out of a dangerous entity. But they don't automatically run away from fire in and of itself, which, yeah, I could see why they should do that. I'm just going to increase the number of beds in my dormitory, just so that there's more beds for these dwarves to sleep in if they don't have a bedroom yet, which most of them don't. Now going to recognize the priesthood. I don't have any named dwarves to recognize as a priest, so I will just recognize Zuntir. And there it is. I've now satisfied the agreement, and I've got another dwarf claiming a metalsmith's forge. It's Ingush, who's a weaponsmith. Proficient weaponsmith, but also very rusty. I can't fire. Run away. No, totally. That would do some really funny things in adventure mode, actually. Like, very true story, that. Oops. All the way along. And all the way to there. All right. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? They are a weaponsmith, so it'll be a weapon. Because that is their highest skill. Everybody wants to acquire things. I think we just need to make clothing. Need to get some clothing industry up and running. Need to get some clothing industry up and running. Bronze bars, bituminous coal, elk bird bone, and nice gizzard stones. Well, it'll be made of bronze, whatever it is. And you know what? I'm not going to worry so much about lava right now. I'm just going to use sandstone. Bronze hammer would be cool. We just had a spear. A second spear would be nice. We just had a bronze spear artifact specifically. So then they'd have twins. Twin bronze spear artifacts, that'd be. Although, actually, ooh. Need a separate lever also just connected to this. Because this one is the one it's getting connected to, so they'll both close at the same time. But I also want a second lever so I can open and close it separately. And the reason for this is I want to be able to empty the front. Now we can test this. You guys want to test the water cannon? See how quickly it fills? Ingish, the weaponsmith, has created a bronze crossbow named Inalassel. I'm also just going to go into here and just type in these words. Steel bolts. I think I have steel. Yes, I do. Which means I can make another Marksdorf. Butch Cats, we're going to put you in as a Marksdorf. Inalassel. And let's also do leather quivers, because I should have a leather workshop, I think. And that crossbow is a bronze crossbow. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular bituminous coal cabochons. This object is, of course, adorned with hanging rings of elk bird bone and menaces with spikes of nice. It's pretty simple, if you ask me. Most of my soldiers are carrying their shields in both hands. The reason for this... sorry. The reason they're doing that is because the only weapons we are using in the military are artifact weapons. So if you don't see them with weapons, it means we don't have... it means we don't have any artifacts for them. Also, that accepts charcoal, which is good. Let's just make coal, so we stop accidentally making those into artifacts. If I did want to build a fort out of obsidian, what's the best way of creating the mixing area? I mean, technically a lava piston. Basically, bowl of lava, one layer open, drawbridge, pump water one layer deep on top of drawbridge, the retracting drawbridge, retract the water, it falls down, makes obsidian, mine out, repeat would be the best way. You know, let's just do this. We're going to start getting attacked by the animals at some point anyway. That would be the best way to do it. Yeah. I'm making a... I personally don't like obsidian that much. I think it's a bit too hard to see. It kind of just looks like a missing sprite to me. I wish it wasn't so dark. But kind of is just the way of things. And if you like the way it looks, then yeah, no, I mean, that would be the way to do it. So this... Yeah, but you can't make jet, right? That's the problem. If you could make jet, then yeah, that would be a good option there, but you can't. And that I think is the issue that some people have is like, well, you know, you want to make the large amounts of the cool colored stone. I mean, black bronze is the coolest color. Let's be honest here. We all knew that already, though. Any half-decent dwarf knows that black bronze is best. I say we have a dwarf stuck back here, but nope, that's not the case. Don't have too much more here to do. They're going to dig all of this out. And then essentially what's going to happen here is this will all eventually fill in with sandstone. I may just put a giant raising and lowering drawbridge in here at some point so that I can automatically clean in here. But there's going to be a bridge going from here all the way to here. I'm going to connect this to that other lever, and this will be where it drains. You like jet for furniture colors? Yeah, I don't know. I made a fire orb not too long ago, and fire orb was mostly green glass and obsidian. And I think fire orb looked pretty cool, but it certainly like wasn't my favorite aesthetic for a fort that I've made. I think the cool part of fire orb was the actual fire orb, like the giant ball of fire was the cool part of fire orb. Not the color scheme. The color scheme was kind of blur. Just trying to stop stuff from caving in here. Uh-oh. Speaking of. Boom! And I managed to cave it in anyway. Portal fence, no! Dwarf, please! Climb out, you can do it. I have faith. I'm out. Maybe if I tell them to channel down here. And here. Oh, no. Too late. Man. Such a shame. I tried to stop that happening, but only so much I can do. All the way up to here. Oh, no. Sank like a stone. Sank like a dwarf, man. Iron cork. Iron pie. Whoops. Iron pipe section. And we'll also start smelting some magnetite. Not the steel pick, iron pick. I mean, we'll be able to get it out. I just need a pump. I need a pump and some clever walls, and we can get it out. Getting that dwarf out shouldn't be too big of a deal. Okay, so now over here. Sandstone. So once that's connected, this here, I just random elk bird. This here, you are right there, so sandstone, sandstone, sandstone. Then I just need a pump right there and we can get it out. It won't be too big of a deal. Getting stuff out of rivers is actually quite easy. It's just a matter of making a pump. Once this drawbridge is done, though, we can test the blast radius of this sucker. Let's just open this up. And right there. Just need to wait for that pump to get made. The problem is this whole thing is just going to perpetually be covered in mud. I'll be on tomorrow, yeah. That is the plan. Okay, so I'm going to just go up to here and type in cloth. How much cloth do I have? Let's make cloth shoe, cloth glove, cloth shirt, silk sock, cloth trousers. Let's make 50 of each. And I'm just going to say do that yearly, maybe? Because that should be plenty. For right now, at least. Grumble. Ice Blue has the Hammer Lord has bestowed the name Tishish Bibar, Lispad upon a steel shield. I've also made steel bolts, meaning these dwarves should be running around with bolts. Oh, I see the problem. Should go dump your stuff. I'm using DF hack. Why do you care? There you go. Drop your pickaxe. It's kind of amazing that this dwarf is focused, actually. Considering all the needs that they still have. And there we go. Meditate on beauty. Go do what you need to do there, dwarf. Meditate away. From the pros as much as possible? Well, let me tell you this. You do not need DF hack to play Dwarf Fort. It's completely unnecessary. I use it as like a debugging tool, so I don't use any of the automations or any of the scripts because it just automates the game on my behalf, which I don't want a game to do. I want to play the game. I don't want the game to be playing itself, which is what a lot of those scripts do. We're about to get hit by an ad break. When the ad pops up, I will be pausing the game and not unpausing until the ad is done. So just a heads up. I have people get like borderline aggressive with me for not using DF hack. It's weird. I like the sense of scale that you get from having holes in your floors. I think it looks really nice. All right, this right here. But don't worry too much about learning from the pros as much as possible with Dwarf Fort. This is a game about making mistakes. And the mistakes are what make it fun. Because mistakes are your opportunities to learn. And if you just kind of mimic what people who've been playing this game for years do, it's very likely you won't make mistakes. Aren't you optimizing the fun out of your game? Yeah, sort of. I mean, it is a miracle as to how it actually works, but I think like what I hope for more, Little Crying Man, isn't that, well, I mean, the stuff Putnam's doing isn't going to like enable moddable UI initially, right? Like that's been stated. So essentially, like, how do I put this? What I hope for is that instead of the modding allowing people to modify the UI, I hope that it allows, I hope that Putnam's under the hood changes that she's making with those widgets that have been talked about just allow for new UI elements to get tweaked and added and changed and adjusted quicker. Meaning, I just hope a lot of this stuff, like, it's not like the cheat menus that like DFHack provides, such as like, you know, these many hostile entities are on your map and stuff like that, which just makes the game boringly easy. I hope that things like the better searchable menus and stuff just get implemented faster in vanilla. That's what I hope. I think that like mods aren't a solution. Mods just are a way to add variety to a game, which is very valuable, but I don't think it's the solution to UI problems. I think that the solution to UI problems is the developers fixing the UI. Okay, so once this is connected and closed, then I can close this and we can test this. And this dwarf right here is the one installing that pipe. We're naming more shields. I can probably start attacking now, but I need at least one more squad that's ready to go. Oh, that's interesting. Why are you naked? Picture point. What? What? Oh, okay. It's because I fucked up and added you as a minor. Their choice? Well, no, it means I've really screwed something up. This is what it actually means. Maybe trying to acquire new items, which is certainly possible. Is with a digital idea, which is scary as fuck. Clearly, you need to put your passports on the blockchain. I'm joking, but yeah, that is kind of sketchy. I'm just going to take this squad and put them off duty briefly so that they can go claim new items. Actually, let's just take both these squads and put them off duty. So they need to go get new clothing. See, they need to get new clothing. Be a really good thought for them too. As well as putting their socks and clothing away. Yeah, a lot of these dwarves just need new clothes. Most of them do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go just connect all this. Although I think that this is all just going to get canceled. I'm building a water cannon? Not really. I'm just building a spontaneous flooding device. It's more what I'm building. It's less of a cannon. It's just a very, 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 very high-speed flooding tool. Let's go. Clothing? Clothes. I think educating parents is the only way to actually make social media safer. That's just my 2 cents, because all that making something against the rules or illegal does is makes it worse. It's like if you take alcohol and you make alcohol illegal. You're not going to stop alcoholism. You're just going to make people go out of their way to sneak alcohol. If you take social media and you make the minimum age 16, well, that just makes the internet worse for everybody else who's already using it. So I don't see any solution there. No, all you're gonna do is you're gonna make a. Actually, you know what might just happen if they did that and required like digital ID? You might just get like what's happening in the US right now, where they keep trying to ban porn, which is funny as hell to me. Is you just get a lot of websites just stop operating in those regions. That's probably what would actually end up happening. And then like profits of VPNs skyrocket. And that's basically it. When I was 12, I remember clicking the whole 13 or older box. Yeah, same. Although there was one time I remember asking my parents if they could click it. And my mom going, and then clicking it. I can't remember what it was for. Apparently the Prime Minister of Australia decided to state that they're going to try and make it a legal requirement to be 16 in order to use any social media, which we're just trying to hypothesize as to how that's even enforceable, let alone possible, let alone enforceable. That's all that you really came back to. All right, let's close this. Let's also get this pumping. Let's also do rock coffin. Let's just do 20 of them. So what I can do now is I should be able to go down to here, pop this lever, and give this sucker a test run. Okay. I do wish that could fill quicker. I'm going to have to make some changes to make it fill quicker. But that wasn't bad. And I need... Whoa! What? Why did it get, like, a stage 2? That's wild, wacky, and bizarre. I don't actually know what caused that. But it kind of had a second stage. Wild. I mean, banning phones in schools just makes sense. Like, that's just seems like a smart thing to do at this point. Yeah, that needs to fill faster. Maybe I'll have to make another reservoir over here or something. And that's not connected. But yeah, education is key. The only way to actually like make social media safer is education. And right now, there's a lot of parents that are so addicted to social media that they don't see what they're doing to their kids. And it's just kind of sad, to be honest. And as somebody who's definitely had problems with social media, considering it's required for my job in a lot of cases, I have sympathy. It sucks. Like, I'm now on Blue Sky, right? And I'm already starting to get, like, the old Twitter feels where it's like, ooh, I don't like this. I gotta be cautious with this. I gotta be careful with this. I gotta watch the amount of usage I end up doing, because if I use it too much... The Forgotten Beast, Dusak Ebosod has come, a great blob composed of salt. It has a stubby tail and a bloated body. Beware its poison sting. And it can walk into the fort. Well, chat room, I have to go. Next time, on Dwarf Fortress, we will kill that.